Hello guys, what's happening? Welcome back to the channel with me, Free Tip Scout. The chat is, all I see in the chat is myself and the bot. So do announce yourself here in the chat if you're here. It's deadline day on Sorare. So if you are a regular on the channel, you know exactly what that means. We are going to be running through our lineups that we're planning on entering into Sorare for the weekend. I've got a really good idea now who they're going to be. So we'll just double check them, make sure we haven't made any silly mistakes and whether we need to make any last minute changes or not. If you're new to the channel, you can get involved in Sorare, the game we're going to be covering for the first half of the stream. You can get involved today for free. There's a link in the chat that will help you to get started. Use that link because you'll be able to claim up to £20 free credit, which you can then use to spend in the game to buy football player cards. So the whole game is about collecting digital cards of your favorite football players or basketball or baseball players, depends on the sport you're interested in, but we only cover football here on the stream. And then with those players that you have, you then put together the best teams that you can, and then they try and score the highest amount of points for you based on how they do in real life. So really cool game this. You're going to check out how it works if you're new to the stream in a second. But do use the link in the chat if you want to check it out, because it not only helps to support the channel, but of course, as I mentioned, it also helps you out because you get some freebies to get started. Man like Spud, hello to you as well. And Twitch Gaming, hello. By the way, Twitch Gaming, I need to say something to you. Because a lot of you guys will know that Twitch Gaming, for most of 2023, kept saying on the channel, I've never won, I've not won a card, and we we were thinking, I was thinking, I'm sure you've won a card. I'm sure I have sent you a card before. And to be fair, he did actually win a card towards the back end of 2023, which we thought at the time, especially Twitch Gaming, he thought was the first time he won a card on the channel. Twitch Gaming, when I dropped you a message yesterday, because you obviously won, you know, from the stream yesterday, I checked the history that we have, the message history on Twitch, and you did win, as I thought, you did win a card in February last year. You won a card in February, and we had this kind of back and forth, where then obviously I got your details and I sent you the cards. So you did win. You did win, man. As I thought, you won a card already, but yeah. Now you've won 3, so you're really racking them up, aren't you? I can't remember what was the card that I sent to you, because when I message people, I often just message them on Twitch to say, congratulations, you've won a card, send me your details and I'll send you the card. I don't often say you've won this card, right? So yeah, you did win a card, but you didn't remember it. So all the effort for the giveaways and you don't even remember winning on the channel. But yeah, you did. You're up to 3 now. So you're probably doing a lot better than some other guys here in the chat. So yeah, I wanted to tell you. Yeah, I know. I already know your manager name. Don't worry. Yeah, one of the reasons why I send that message out to everybody is because obviously if I'm contacting 30 people, it's going to save me a lot of time, isn't it, if I just send the same message? And I want to send the message out to everyone, even if I know your manager name, because I want to make sure that people actually respond and that I know that they're kind of like they're active and like they're claiming it, basically. I don't want to just assume that because I know manager names, some manager names more than others, that I can just send them the card, and then others I don't know, so that then they maybe don't get to claim it. You know, like, I want to make it fair so everyone claims it, but yeah. I did think when I sent that message, I thought probably Twitch Gaming is going to be like, well, you know my Sorare manager name, right? And you're right, I do know it. So yeah, thanks for writing back to me, man. I will send it to you, the card that you won. I can't actually remember the card that you won from yesterday. I think you won a fairly decent one, though. You didn't win Amperero, though. Can you imagine? You did. That's the one card I know you didn't win, the one you gave to us. But yeah, I'll be sending you the card later on. Was it Kemar Lawrence? It was, wasn't it? Yeah, Kemar Lawrence, man. Okay, cool. Lovely. I'm glad you can remember that. So you couldn't remember winning the first time, but you definitely remembered yesterday. I love it. Good. I couldn't even remember yesterday, so you've done me a favor there. Great stuff. Lobagongan, how you doing, man? Hello also to a Nathabam. Hello to Milk Rain. I don't feel like we've ever seen Milk Rain on the channel before. Maybe we have, but he's tuning in from YouTube, so I appreciate that a lot, man, because YouTube is kind of like a new channel that we're just starting to stream to at the same time as Twitch now. So a big hello to everyone that's tuning in on YouTube. There's been some big news today, hasn't there? Like we haven't talked about it yet, but we might as well mention it. I'm sure you guys have already heard about it because it's running riot through all the social media channels and all the news channels, especially the sports channels are picking it up. But Jurgen Klopp's come out today, and he said that he is leaving Liverpool at the end of the season. Let's bring up Liverpool here, which is massive news, and it's a big blow for Liverpool. And his whole backroom staff basically are leaving as well. He'd done this, he'd done this interview. Where was it? This one here. Yeah, so about an hour ago, he'd done an interview, which you can go and watch, obviously, on the Liverpool Twitter channel. And he basically done an interview and an announcement to say that he's leaving at the end of the season. And he basically is leaving just because he feels like he's running out of energy. So basically, if you translate that, he's kind of getting to the point where he's almost burning himself out. He's been doing the job for a long time now, and it's a very high-pressure job, isn't it? It's managing one of the biggest clubs in the world, and he's done a great job. So he's leaving, and that's really interesting. I think it's a sad day for Liverpool fans. I'm a Man United fan, so this feels like a day of celebration to me, because if one of my rivals is going to lose one of the best ever, certainly one of the best managers in the world right now, then that's a day of celebration for Man United. So I hope that they get somebody like Mourinho. I hope Liverpool move heaven and earth to bring Jose Mourinho in, so that they can also experience the special one and go back a few years, as in like take the club back rather than forwards. But logically, they should be going out and getting somebody really good like Xavi Alonso. I'm sure he's going to be at the top of the list, right? But who do you guys think Liverpool are going to get? And if you are a Liverpool fan, because there's a few of you knocking about, if you're a Liverpool fan, how hard did this hit you today? Man Like Spud says Xavi. Arthur Nice says, I think De Zerbi. And then Nathabam, you're on my same level. He's saying good riddance as a United fan. Yeah, we should be cracking open the champagne, shouldn't we, Nathabam? Olive Alexis says sad day. And then Klopp will manage the German national team after a sabbatical. Yes, I agree. That's been the big rumor, hasn't it, around Klopp, that he's kind of interested in doing it. He kind of wants to do it, and that he's just almost finding the time to transition to do it. So I would fully expect Klopp to become the German national team manager after he takes a bit of time off, because it sounds like he needs it. Sounds like he needs a big break, maybe a year or something, because he's been doing this high pressure, highly stressful job for, what is it now, like 6 or 7 years, is it? How long has Klopp been in the job for? I can't actually remember. It's more than 6 or 7 years, isn't it? I think. Let's have a little look. After 9 seasons and 4 major titles. Wow. So I was well off, yeah. 9 seasons. 9 years then. That's incredible. That is absolutely incredible. I remember when, God, this makes me feel old now, and technically I am, but I remember when Klopp signed for Liverpool, and I think it was in one of his first interviews, he said, he got asked a question, like, will you be able to win the title with Liverpool? Which was like a crazy question to ask, because obviously at the time, Liverpool had not won anything. They'd not won the title in like 25, 30 years or so, right? And he got asked that question, and I thought it was amazing, because at the time, he basically like responded to the reporters saying we'll win the title within 3 years of me being here. And I thought it was so cool that he had that kind of arrogance and that confidence to just come out and say, I'll do it within 3 years. You give me 3 years, I'll do it. And he did go and do it, which I thought was brilliant. So, and he's just been amazing for them. He's really got the club back to where they want it to be, right? So he's done a huge thing. They'll make statues of Jurgen Klopp for sure. But yeah, as a Man United fan, I woke up this morning and I thought to myself, oh, this is a good start to the weekend, right? Jurgen Klopp leaving Liverpool, like one of the biggest rivals for Man United. Yes, we take that. We take that as good news. Hello to Pirek. Hi, FTS. I just bought Galaza rare from Genk. What do you think about him? Oh, he's an interesting player, yeah. Galaza. Just quickly bring him up in case you guys don't know who we're talking about here. Here we go. Matthias Galaza, 21 years old. I do actually like this guy. I don't think, if I'm honest with you, I don't think that Genk is the right place for him because he's not playing enough. I'd like to see him get loaned out, but as a player, I do like him a lot. I think he's got huge amounts of potential. I think his tattoos are a bit crap, though. I don't know what his tattoos are about. But yeah, I like him as a player. Argentinian midfielder, quite versatile as well. Wait, you're not a Luton fan? No, I'm a Man United fan first and foremost. I am from Luton, so of course I also kind of follow Luton as well. But my main club that I support is Man United. Yeah, which probably is a bit bizarre, like for someone like Pirek and others like you who don't see that I have a single Man United player. I don't have a single Man United player at all in my Sorare gallery, despite me being a Man United fan. I know it doesn't make sense, but it kind of does because I just don't want to collect them whilst they're shit at the moment and they're so overpriced in Sorare. I just don't want to be like I will build the collection, but I will do it probably next year. Yeah, it's not been on my priority list to build a Man United collection when they've been dog awful. And what am I going to do with like an Anthony or a Martial? I don't want those players in the collection. I want to collect next year when they've gone. then I'll be going hard on Man United. What else we got here? Free Tip Scout, I need a quick opinion from you. Would you keep Mikalenko or Billy Gilmore for the Premier League semi-pro? The other one gets sold. Oh, that's a difficult one because Billy Gilmore I actually really like. And he's a lot younger, right? But I think, to be honest with you, I would keep Mikalenko because I think at the moment, Mikalenko's a better player. He's a better scorer in Sorare. I like the utility you get from Mikalenko for the national team as well. But I think that is a bit of a tricky one because, you know, Billy Gilmore, I think ideally you want to keep as well. But if it was between the two, I would keep Mikalenko and sell Billy Gilmore. But then I'd try and get Billy Gilmore again in the future, I think. Best time to buy them is when they're bad. That's true, though, yeah. That's true. Rashford is only £20, says Camel. Wow, that's really good. How much is Martial? Martial's probably going to be really cheap because he's also injured, isn't he? I'm sure that Martial, if Martial went to a different club, if he went to a smaller club, he'd probably be a decent player or a different league, right? The fact that he's at like such a huge club like Man United, he's just not been able, he's not good enough, is he? Let's be honest, he's not good enough. How on earth he's been at Man United for, I think he's been there for nearly 10 years or so now, right? How on earth he's been there for so long? I mean, honestly, him and his agent need like a round of applause because the fact that they've been able to keep him there for so long, despite him not really being that good there, is very impressive. He has little like fleets of brilliance, doesn't he, Martial? Where you think, oh, there is a good player there, but he's not consistent enough and he's not prolific enough. But he's £47. Wow. Why is he so expensive? How is Martial £20? Sorry, is Rashford £20 in his limited then? Must be, mustn't he? Yeah, he is. Yeah, £20 in his limited. Yeah, Martial. I mean, I can't wait until this guy goes. He's just not being good enough. When we signed him when he was really young, I was quite excited for him because he was like a youngster coming out of Monaco, wasn't he? That we were thinking, okay, is this like another another potential Mbappe. No, he's not. He wasn't. He's not at all. So yeah, when next season, when he's left, because there's no way Martial is going to be at Man United next season. No way. They'd be mad to not shift him out. When he's gone, and then when hopefully Man United do a really cool rebuild over the summer, which they need, and we go and get some cool players, then I don't mind splashing the cash a bit, and then having a really sexy Man United collection with like loads of players that I want to actually use. And potentially as well, I would probably do a rare collection of Man United, because I'd done my collection of Luton as a limited one, because it just made sense to keep the cost down. But you guys know that I'm not really playing limited as much anymore. I kind of like moved out of it. So I think that'll be like a big goal for me to try and start saving up for, because it'll be expensive, right? To get like a full rare Man United team collection. But if I'd done that next season, I've got enough time to save for it, right? If I then done that, then that would be my rare Champion Europe team. And I don't have a Champion Europe team at all in limited or rare. And it's probably the one, well, Champion Europe and then Asia are technically also second division, but I don't really care too much about second division Europe. That's like a nice to have, but yeah, those kind of like three areas in Sorare are where my gaps are with my gallery. So yeah, next season, that's the plan, to have a Man United rare collection. Yeah, 250k a week for nothing. I know, man. It hurts, doesn't it? We've made such bad decisions, so many bad decisions with player contracts and contract renewals and pay and transfers. It's been one bloody mess, isn't it? So that's why when we get like news that Klopp is leaving, I'm going to revel in it, because Man United fans have been suffering for so long. So we will take those small little victories, like our rival, or one of our biggest rivals is losing one of the best managers. Yeah, I'm sure United would have already sold him if he wasn't injured. Yeah, potentially they would have looked to get him out this month, right? Potentially. But yeah, it's quite good for him that he got injured, isn't it? Because now he can't be sold and he can just stay there and keep lapping up the 250k or whatever he's on a week. If one of your gallery players could sign for United, who would you want to sign for them? Oh, what a good question that is, man. That's such a good question from Pirek. Let's have a little look. That's a really good question. I don't know. Peter Musa, probably. Yeah, Peter Musa. But it's unlikely that Peter Musa would ever go to Man United. But yeah, Peter Musa would be great. I would love a Peter Musa at Man United. He's got to be better than freaking Martial, right? And Musa's actually brilliant. He's actually a really, really good forward. So yeah, if I could take anybody from my Sorare gallery, I would probably take Peter Musa. Oh, wow. Luca Ragnar. Oh, what a nice surprise. We haven't seen Luca in a while. I really love that. So Luca Ragnar, hello to you, man. Hello, and hello to everyone that's jumped on from Luca Ragnar's channel. Let's give Luca a bit of a shout out here. There you go. If you've not checked out Luca Ragnar's channel, then you can find his channel details in the chat there from the Nightbot. Go check him out. He is Italian, so if you speak Italian, you're going to love it. If you don't speak Italian, you can still jump in and just follow along, because that's the great thing with Sorare, is that you don't often need to hear to understand what someone's doing. You can just follow along, right? And he does speak quite good English as well. As you can see, look, in the chat, he says, "Hi, mate, how are you?" So good, man. Very good. How's things with you? And how are you feeling about the weekend in Sorare? Are you all set, Luca? And what are you going to win this weekend, Luca? What are you going to win? Let's ask Luca in the chat. What's the big objective, the big mission this weekend? What are you going to come away from or come away with? For me, it's just the threshold. It's always the threshold. I want to just try and hit that $50 again. But I know sometimes you have teams that punch a bit higher. So are you trying to go for a podium or something this week? Let us know in the chat if you can, please. And again, don't be shy, guys. Anybody that's come over from Luca Ragnar's channel, feel free to get involved in the chat as much as you can. Champ Europe shirt arrived this morning. I got München Gladbach. It's very nice. Wow. Congrats to Graham, who's just picked up his, well, not picked up, he received his Champion Europe shirt from Sorare. Graham, please post a picture of it on Twitter, and then I will retweet it for the community, because I know that the community love to see what others are getting, especially on the jerseys. So if you can, drop a little post on Twitter or whatever, tag me in on it, and then I'll retweet to everyone so everybody can revel in that's such a cool thing for you. 71st and All-Star Rare this game week, if you want to see. Go on then. Luca Ragnar has piqued my interest. He says that he is 71st in All-Star Rare. Let's type in Luca Ragnar here. There we go. Luca Ragnar 90. Right. Luca Ragnar 90. He says he is 71st in All-Star Rare. And there he is. He's not lying. He's also 340th in Cap 270 Limited. He's got Brunetta and Ibanez. Oh, I love Ibanez. I really do love Ibanez. I didn't realize that he got a score of 77.1. A lot of you guys will remember that I kind of compared this guy to being a young version of Zampedri. And unfortunately for him, unfortunately, he doesn't start anywhere near as much as what he probably should, because there's Gignac, who's usually played in front of him. But in this instance here, he started and he got, look at that. He started and he got, 2 assists. I love him. I think he's so good. He's actually very cheap as well at £2.18. Even in the rare, £38 quite good. 75 is too high because he's just now been put up on the market, hasn't he? Pretty much after that really good performance. Let's go back. This is the team. This is the team that done well for Luca Ragnar. Thank you also to Poor Dicko for the follow. Welcome into the channel. So, Canpalat in goal, Monfrey, Wilhelm, Carioca, and then Brunetta. To be honest with you, this isn't that good a score, is it? 340. But because it was the midweek, it wasn't so high scoring. So 340 points ordinarily in All-Star Rare, you'd be lucky to get like a tier 5. You'd be lucky to get a tier 5 rare with that points total. But, you know, because it's the midweek and there wasn't as many games and like there wasn't as many players really smashing it, the points total to get a tier 3 was 340, which is very, very good. I mean, incredible. Plus, he's also getting £19, so brilliant stuff, really. Really brilliant. Yeah, if you can do better in the midweeks, that's often the smart strategy. I thought that we might have been on to win something in the midweek as well. It looked for a while like we were going to, where was it? Where was it? Oh, I think it was in this one. Yeah. So it looked for a while like we might have been able to sneak a reward in All-Star Limited, even just a tier 5. If you look at the points total that we got 251 points basically. And we were 65 points away from a tier 5. So we needed roughly around 305, 310 points, something like that. That's not true, actually. We needed 315, 315, which, you know, actually is not that high to get a reward in All-Star. So if we'd have had a goalkeeper here that started and maybe we had some better scoring from 1 or 2 of these other guys, right? Or we got the captaincy a bit better, we probably would have been able to sneak a tier 5. But again, this is also one of those unfortunate situations in Sorare where I'm really not too disappointed that we didn't win anything, you know, because we know what a tier 5 is, right? It's a 60p card that I really don't need. I have more than enough of them already. I'm not interested in winning a 60p card in All-Star. And yeah, I mean, this is why I didn't go out and buy a goalkeeper. Because if you think about it, I could have gone out, bought a goalkeeper that got me a score of, say, 65. That goalkeeper might have cost me about 10, 15, 20 pounds, something like that, right? And then we just would have won a 60p card. So this is the big thing that Sorare need to try and fix in the next update. They need to make even the lowest reward a bit more worthwhile to win, so that then it encourages people to spend more in the game, and it actually just makes it more fun and rewarding to just get into the prizes full stop. Even if it is the lowest bracket, it needs to be card or a reward that you win that you think, yeah, that was worth doing. But unfortunately, it's not really like that in Limited anyway. I got to lunch, mate. Thank you for your time and good stream. Thank you so much, Luca. Thank you, man. And good luck for the game week this weekend in Sorare. Please let us know how you get on. This is from Tiago. Yeah, I didn't check the prize pool, so wasn't aware of the low awarded places in Champ America. If I went in All-Star, would have got second place. Oh, no. Oh, no. So where did you finish then in Champ America if you would have finished second in All-Star? And what are you winning in Champ America then? Third in Champ America. Well, third's still pretty good, though, no? Third's brilliant. I mean, third, second, there's not a big difference there, but yeah, the top prizes in All-Star will, generally speaking, be better than they are in Champ America. But congratulations to you. Honestly, congratulations to you. Third should not be trifled at. Third is still brilliant. Third is still amazing. It's a podium, right? So incredible stuff, man. Really. For me personally, guys, I kind of already talked about it yesterday. We didn't win anything in the midweek. We didn't win any of the threshold. Our threshold team for rare was an absolute disaster, as you can see here. So yeah, that was a bit of a shame. And then our threshold effort for Cap 240 Limited was this one here, which we were trying to do with 4 players and a DMP goalkeeper. And it might have worked if we'd have had a decent score from Smolcic, but he played 90 minutes and he got 0. So he really, really screwed us. And Tony Frook also didn't do that good. It was a bizarre game for Rijeka, and they were lucky to get away with that one because they were really poor. So we didn't win anything. We did do quite good in Cap 220. So the month-long competition, we got a score of 349. We finished 49th there. So what we've done is we've improved our position in the month-long. We're now up into 758th position, which means at the moment we're getting a tier 3. And this is halfway through now. So we're halfway to completing the month-long. We have another 4 game weeks left. And then after that, we'll find out whether we have been good enough to win anything in Cap 220 Limited. Cap 220 Rare, we're really far off at the moment, winning anything in Cap 220 Rare. We are 7,683rd, and we've only got 138.87 points to our name. However, as you're going to see in a minute, we've got quite a strong lineup for the Super Cap 220 Rare. So we have a chance still, with 4 game weeks left, to claw our way back up the leaderboard and hopefully mount a good challenge to get into the top. I think it's the top 600, isn't it? I think it's only the top 600 in Cap 220 Rare that get a reward, if I remember correctly. It's not going to show me here, is it? Which is really unfortunate. It is going to show me here. Great. So yeah, it's the top 600. So it's quite competitive. It's quite difficult and challenging. But at the end of that challenge, you will come away with a minimum of a tier 3 rare. So it's definitely worth it. And I do want to try and have a bit more of a go. This is actually our Cap 220 rare team, which I'll explain in a minute. Johnny left Wolves and now is a free agent after the contract is terminated, says Twitch Gaming. I'm not a big fan of Johnny. personally, but if anybody is, he's a free agent now, so it might be worth looking into. Before we go through the teams for Pro, what we need to do, we need to have a quick look at rivals here to see if there's any games which are happening at 1 that we could, or 2, that we could do a lineup for. There's a load of games happening today, so I think this is the day where we do more than one rivals lineup. But we need to see which is the earliest lineup. And again, this is where being able to sort the games from earliest kickoff to latest kickoff would be so useful here. At the moment, we don't have it, so you kind of have to sift through manually. And at the moment, what I can see is that there are not any early games here at all. The earliest game is the 4 o'clock one, which is Varazdin versus Slaven. So yeah, we've got a load of time to prepare our lineups. We don't actually have to do anything here now. I did do a rivals lineup yesterday. I nearly forgot to do it. As in, like, I'm still trying to do at least one rivals lineup every day. Because if you do it every day for 30 days, you unlock the manager challenge achievement, right? And I'm kind of, I think I'm like 9 or 10 days in straight. So I might as well try and do it now every day. And I'm enjoying it more than what I was anyway. So there's a part of me that does want to play it a little bit every day. But this was the team that I just remembered about 2 minutes before it started. I hurriedly put a team together for it. Luckily, I had Brahim Alman, and I've got the limited card of Alman, and I captained him, and he got a score of 81, which then we captained and it took him to 94. So we just about won this here. We got 386, and we beat this guy here, who got 371. And it was honestly, I was picking players that I didn't really know either. Our Gegenpress was really good. So was his too. I think Gegenpress in the Argentinian Super League is going to be such a powerful tactic, because the games are often really close and they're really tight. What's really annoying is that this was a 0-0 result, and on Pooky, I was for this week I was debating whether we done 0-0 for every game in the Argentinian League or we done 1-1, because 0-0 is a very common scoreline in the Argentinian League. And you know what I picked? I obviously picked the 1-1, didn't I? I done 1-1 for every game in the Argentinian League. And at the moment, there's been quite a lot of games that have been 0-0. So I've missed out on loads of big scores. We do have, look. Oh, we did get a 1-1 here, though. Oh, that's perfect. I didn't even know that. I didn't know what that score was. So we've got, yeah, we've done 1-1 here. It was 0-0. So we get 180 points. We've done 1-1 here. It was 0-0. We get 186 points here. We've done 1-1 here. It was 0-1. So we get some points because we correctly predicted under 2.5. And then we've done 1-1 here, and we absolutely nailed that. So we're doing quite good, no? We're currently 18th in the Argentinian League. That's good. That's a good start. Really good start. So if we can get a couple more exact scores here, if we can just pick up points now in every single game, we should be able to easily get into the top 50% on Pooky and then win some money, some more money, which would be lovely. Where can I find a predicted lineup for Diber Saicedo? Can you not find it in on Play Sharper? I mean, Diber Saicedo will be playing anyway. Mark Martinez is close to going to Granada, says Thiago. Oh, wow. That wouldn't actually be a good move for me because I have his limited card. And Mark Martinez would not be the starter at Granada. I'm very unlikely he'd be the starter. I'd be surprised if he was going to be. Gegenpress in the Turkish Super League is also really good. Yeah, it is, absolutely. Why bother with the limited card? Is it still true that once you use one non-common, you can enter full on super rare teams? Yeah, it is true, apparently. Rude, yeah. That in the rivals, if you use, like, say, one limited card, then it can expose you to then playing like a full team of super rares or a full team of rares or whatever. So like ordinarily for me, I'm not really picking for my rivals lineups. I'm not picking any other cards apart from commons, right? I took a little bit of a risk picking Brahim Elman's limited yesterday, and I only done it because I had like 2 minutes left. And I was like, well, I have to commit to this team now. There's no time for me to come out, find another team, look through the players, right? So because I had him and I was under a bit of time pressure, I picked him, but ordinarily I wouldn't have done that. Hello also to Volts as well. I got my epic Pokeball, says Smickers. Is there any strategy what scores to predict? Right, Smickers, first of all, before we talk about strategies on Pooky, can you tell us all what club and what league you got on Pooky, please? And again, if you guys don't know this game that we're talking about, I'm going to leave the link in the chat for you. It's actually this game over here, this one, Pooky, which you should be playing. I think everybody should be playing this game. It takes about 1 minute, 2 minutes to play every single game week. So very little time, very little effort. You don't need to know anything about football. You don't need to have any football knowledge about any of the leagues that you predict in. And you can win a bunch of money every single week. And Pooky actually, Pooky recently announced in a blog that they are going to be, in an upcoming update, they're going to be refining the gameplay so that you get rewarded more for strategy and for like doing the game seriously. I think we have a part to play in that. I think I'm responsible. I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm responsible for Pooky thinking about how they can reward managers that take the game more seriously. Because we at the moment we do, but we kind of don't, because we're just doing the same score, and we're winning a lot more than managers who are taking the game seriously and spending the time to like strategize and look into the stats and stuff. We're doing the same score strategy. Wow. And we are smashing it. So yeah, take advantage of it before Pooky kind of change things and make it a bit more difficult to win. You got Las Palmas. Oh, I say, so yeah, that's okay. It's not great, is it, Las Palmas? But it is a La Liga ball. So the team's not amazing, but it's actually also quite a good one, because even though I think a lot of people don't realize this, right? But if you get like a Las Palmas team, it doesn't sound that good, but actually it's probably very good for you. And the reason I say that is if you think about Las Palmas, right? They're a team that won't score many goals themselves, and then they'll try to grind out draws and 1-0 wins against their opponents in the Liga, because they're not that strong a team in the Liga. So actually, you've got a really good team there, because now you know that you can just predict like low score, or you can build your Pokeball to be a low scoring Pokeball. Because even if Las Palmas got relegated, the Liga 2, the Smart Bank, is a low scoring league anyway. So you should be building that, in my opinion, you should be building and customizing your Pokeball now to be like an under 2.5 draw Pokeball. That's what I would do, because there are quite a lot of draws and there's quite a lot of under 2.5 score lines that happen in La Liga. And then also if Las Palmas get relegated, that will serve you really well if then Pooky starts to cover the Liga Smart Bank, because at the moment they're not covering it. But in the future, if they did, that'd be great. Can I ask you if I should always level up as fair as I have POC? If you've got POC in your balance, then you should be looking to level up. If you've got the balls to level up, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's actually good that they wouldn't get relegated because they're not covered in Pooky. But what I'm saying to you, Smickers, is that it's actually quite a good ball that you've got there. Because what you have to think about is that you have to think, it's not like you have Las Palmas and you're going to be playing with Las Palmas, right? What you have to think about with Pooky is like, what's the best way to predict with the league and the team that I've got? So you look at La Liga and you look at how many goals are scored there, Have a look at like the score lines that are happening. Have a look at the teams that are in there. Like there's a lot of teams that will draw and they will have under 2.5. That's the way you've then got to build your ball. So it's cool, man. I think you've done okay there. It would have been nice if you'd have got like a Real Madrid or a Barcelona, but getting Las Palmas is honestly quite okay. But do I predict like you do, always the same score? What's the strategy to get number one on leaderboard? So, I was going to cover this a little bit later, but given that we're talking about it, we might as well cover it for 5 minutes now. When you predict on Pooky, you can predict however you want. So you can do your own strategy, right? You can, and you should experiment to try and find what is the best way for you. Okay, because there's almost no universal, that's what you should do, and that's what's going to make you win. What I have been doing at the moment, and it's been working very well for me, and very well for a lot of you guys that have been doing the same, is we've been doing a same score strategy for every league that we've been like predicting in, which is why it's only been taking us about a minute, 2 minutes to do Pooky every week. And it's been very good ROI, because then for that 1 or 2 minutes that we spend, we've been winning like 20, 30 pounds a week, right? Now, how you predict will depend on the Pooky balls that you've got, okay? So what I mean by that is that in the German league is notorious for having quite a lot of goals in it. So it's an over 2.5 goals league, okay? You should pretty much expect every game in the Bundesliga to have a minimum of 3 goals, right? Generally speaking. It doesn't always happen, but it is that type of league that you should expect it. Now, I have a German ball, okay? I can show you it now. This is my German league ball, okay? This one here, and I have mines as the team. So because I have a German league ball, and because the German league I know is very over 2.5, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to, every game, most of the time, I'm going to be doing an over 2.5 scoreline for every game that I predict in, okay? Because I'm going to be doing that, I've then bolstered the boost on my German ball for over 2.5. You can see here that I've boosted the over 2.5 to 45%. I've also boosted the draw for plus 44%, because what you find in the German league is that you do get a lot of score lines that are 2-2, 3-3, 4-4. And it sounds crazy, but it is that type of crazy league where those score lines actually happen more often than you would expect, right? So when I was thinking about my strategy for the German league, I was thinking, well, because I know that there are these like loads of goals being scored, and there's also a lot of high score draws that happen there, I'm going to target these 2 attributes to really boost. And then what that means is that then if I start to put in crazy score lines like 3-3, for example, right? I'm not only going to get just naturally a high amount of points for it, because that is such a unusual score to happen. Like the odds still don't back that type of score line, even though it happens quite a bit in the German league. It then means that you get a load of points from it in general anyway. And then your Pooky ball, my Pooky ball, is then boosted for plus 44% additional points for the draw, and then plus 45% for over 2.5. The exact score we don't really care about, to be honest with you. I mean, you should, but I found that a better strategy is to just try and target 2 attributes from your Pooky ball, and then just to hit those really hard, so that then you can get the bonuses to over 50% for both of them, which is kind of what we're planning on doing. Although, to be honest with you, I don't think we'll be able to do it, because we have 8 levels left to get this maxed out, which means that we can put an additional 5 on over 2.5 to get it to 50%, and then we would then have an additional 3 to get this draw to 47%. So both of the bonuses are going to be around 50%, give or take. So yeah, like when you're doing your strategy, you should be thinking about the attributes of your Pooky ball. You should be thinking about what are the most frequent score lines in that league. Obviously, also think about the matchups as well. And you don't have to do this, right? I'm saying it again. I'm going to repeat it. You don't have to do what I do, right? You can legitimately look into the games individually and then try to put together like really accurate predictions where you're trying to get it exactly right. What I'm doing at the moment is I'm almost playing Pooky in a kind of bizarre way because I'm not trying to get every prediction right at all. Like I'm not aiming for the exact score, which probably should be the main thing. So I think when they refine the gameplay, they're probably going to give a bigger bonus that you get for the exact score to try and promote managers or predictors trying to get the exact score more than just trying to get like as many points as they can from not getting an exact score, you know? So I think that's the change which is going to be being made in the future, which is why until they make that change, we're going to continue to just do the same score for every game and just hope, for example, that with a really kind of crazy scoreline like this, we are able to get it right once or twice, right? Because that's all we need to do with this type of strategy. Because 4-1 is going to produce us a load of points if it is a 4-1 score. Look, 702, 771, 629 here. So with this type of strategy, we're not trying to get as many exact scores, right? We're just simply trying to get maybe 1 or 2, and then we're trying to get as many points as we can from being correct that most of these games will be over 2.5. And then if we do that, and let's say, for example, that we get 1 or 2 exact scores here, and then most of the other games are over 2.5, then we're going to be comfortably in the top 50%, and we're probably also going to be challenging for a podium as well. Can you explain what pressure means? Pressure is the use of the ball. Yeah. So pressure, you can see it here. Every time you use your Pooky ball, it takes 1 percentage point of pressure down, right? So your ball starts at 100%, and then once you've used it 25 times, it goes down to 75%. When it's at 75%, you're then going to be getting minus points, right? So it's going to be inflicting a penalty to your scoring. So basically, the more you use your Pooky ball, the less pressurized it is. And it's almost very similar to in real life. The more you use a real life ball, the more the air is going to come out of it. And then eventually the ball is going to be really flat, and it's not going to be very, well, it's not going to be very useful, right? A flat ball, you can't really do much with it. You can't really play football with it, right? And it's the same kind of premise that the more you use your Pooky ball, the more flat it's going to become. And if it ended up getting to 0, then you'd be suffering huge penalties for using that Pooky ball to predict. So with pressure, the aim is to try and keep the pressure green as much as you can, so that you don't get any minus percentage points, right? You don't want to be getting, say, 10% here, 10%, and then like minus 5% here. So it's just about trying to keep it in the green. In the green. Do you think Slovic will start the next game? I do. Yeah, I do indeed. Should I line up Ali Varul or Slovic at Cap 240 Limited? Do you have both of them? Do you literally have both of them, Varul and Slovic? It's a difficult one because Ali Varul's so good for Threshold at the moment that it's quite it's almost too difficult to say why you shouldn't have him in the lineup, right? So if you've been using Ali Varul, then I would say just continue to use Ali Varul. He does have a difficult game though against Besiktas. So if Besiktas, go really hard on them, he could concede 3 goals. He could. But at home, he's got a good chance where he won't. And then he's also got a very good chance then that he could deliver a really good score, because he's probably going to face a lot of shots, right? So if I was in your position, I would pick Ali Varul. Yeah. But I don't have Ali Varul anymore. I switched him out. I traded him out because I wanted to get Slovic. So I have to play Slovic. We're going to come back and we're going to look at Pooky a little bit later because we probably need to update some of our predictions as well to squeeze more points out of the game week. But for now, let's go back and let's run through the lineups that I've got for the weekend. All right. So, Cap 240. This is our main team. Cap 240 for the threshold, the rare threshold. I was delighted with this because when I put the team together yesterday again, I wasn't really trying to get everybody in here that could take the cap down to 0, but it just so happened that when I went through it and I was like, okay, I want to pick this player and that player, and I thought, how much do we have left? And it was exactly 0. I was loving it because it almost feels like when you can build a team and you get the cap down to exactly zero, it kind of feels like, well, that is the perfect team, right? Even though that's not an indicator of a perfect team, it gives you that feeling like, okay, I'm squeezing out as much as I can from the cap, and I've actually got a very solid team here, so this must be the perfect team. I really like this team. I really like it. Jakub Slovic is our new goalkeeper. We brought him in yesterday, and I'm really, really excited for Slovic because he's brilliant, fantastic goalkeeper. He's the new #1 at Konyaspor. I did check on Play Sharper this morning, and the expert put Slovic at 50% to start, which I find really bizarre because he's going to start. So yeah, we've got him in, and we hope that he can do a good job against Istanbul. That's a tricky fixture for Konyaspor. So I'm not really expecting Slovic to give us a clean sheet in his debut, but if he can give us a score of around 40-50, similar to what we expect with Ali Varul, then I'll take a 40-50 from him. I'm hoping that he can really impress and he can make a load of saves to bump up his AA. FT, thanks for introducing me to Pooky. I got a Chelsea ball. What should I level up? Did you hear the rumours on our little Marc Martinez? Yeah, somebody just mentioned it. Somebody just mentioned that Marc Martinez is probably on the way to Granada, which, you know, I'm not that happy to hear. But at the same time, it's fine. I can always get another cheap limited goalkeeper. But does it affect his chances to play this weekend then? I think that's what I want to know. If Marc Martinez is being linked to a move, then he's probably not going to play this weekend, is he? Well, we might have to check that in a minute. So yeah, this is the team. Slovic, Morales in defense as the captain. Then I'm going to bring Zaper in, who's got a home game against Rijeka, which is quite difficult. And I'm hoping that Zaper can give us a score of around 50, something like that. Kadri is going to be in here. He's got a nice home game against Leuven, so he could do really well. And then Santelli, who's in really good form at the moment, and has just begun to start again. He's got an away game against the team that's bottom in the League 2, so we're hoping that he can continue his really good form. But if not, then we should be able to make enough points from this team to hit the threshold. The expert still gives 90%. Until last time I checked, it's 50% now. Okay. So yeah, 50% sounds more realistic, doesn't it? Thank you for that, by the way. Thank you. This might affect what we do a little bit in Cap 220. I don't know. I don't think we've got much of a choice, really. I think we still have to play Marc Martinez in our Cap 220 rare. But yeah, this is our team for Cap 240, first of all. Let me ask the chat here. Guys, do we hit the threshold with this team or do we miss the threshold with this team? If you think we hit it, write hit in the chat. If you think we're going to miss it, type miss in the chat and then and then swiftly leave. No, don't leave. But let me know what you think about this team's chances this weekend to hit the threshold. Is it going to hit it? Is it going to miss out on the threshold? We've got a really good track record of hitting threshold at the moment, but this is a completely new team for us, really, because this is the first time that we're using Santelli in Cap 240 rare, and this is also the first time we're using Leonardo Morales and Slovic in here. So it's a bit of a new look for our threshold team. Twitch Gaming says a hit and a card reward too. Oh, that would be lovely. Don't get my hopes up, Twitch Gaming. Don't get my hopes up. But a card award would be lovely too. Hit Santelli Superstar from Twisted Fortune hit. Everyone who says miss will get a timeout for 7 days. Yeah. Got Kadri too, should hit it. If I didn't have Leonardo Morales here, just so any of the guys that are in the chat that maybe also have Kadri and are playing Kadri, if I didn't have Leonardo Morales in this team, then I would probably be captaining Kadri. Because I think Kadri has the potential in this game to hit a score of 80-90. It's a bit risky that I am captaining Morales because you guys who have been on the channel for a long time know what I always say about Leonardo Morales is that when he plays away from home, he does not do the same level of scoring as we know he can do at home. So I'm captaining him knowing that. I'm hoping that because it's the first game of the season, he will just put in this monster performance because he'll be super motivated. It'll be the first game of the season. They'll be really determined to get off to a really good start. And also I have 8.5% XP or bonus built up on his card, which is the highest out of all the players here. So I'm kind of hoping that even though he doesn't tend to score as high away from home, he can still score like 70, 80, 90, 100 away from home. And I'm just hoping that in the first game of the season, I can catch him when he does that. If he doesn't do it, then it's likely he's probably going to deliver a score of around 50, maybe 60, because he's quite good in his AA in general. So yeah, I'm going to trust Morales to do it in the first game of the season. But if I didn't have him, then for sure the captaincy pick for me would be Kadri, because I think that Kadri can deliver a decisive and then also a really good AA score, which could give him a score of around 80, 90. My captain Kadri going to score big. Did you, Smickers? I'm probably going to be looking back at the stream and cursing myself that even though I've got that knowledge about Morales and that he doesn't tend to do as good away from home, and that I actually really believe that Kadri can score big this weekend, I'm probably going to be looking back at the stream after the weekend and thinking, oh my God, why? I was even saying it and I still didn't captain Kadri, right? But I also feel like I can't not captain Morales in a weird way. So we're going to run with Morales here. I mean, technically, hold on a minute. Technically, I probably should. Ooh, hold on. I've just remembered something. I have just remembered something. Technically, we should captain someone different because I have Morales in my limited cap 220 as the captain. And so if we're going to be smart about this here, we shouldn't captain the same player in two different teams, because if Morales does do badly, then it's going to kill our chances in two teams, right? Now, equally, you could say that if Morales does amazing, then it's going to bolster our chances in two teams. But I'm very much of the opinion where, well, if you only captain the same player once in two different teams, right, then even if he does do great, it's going to ensure that that one team is then on its way to doing really well. Whereas if you captain him twice and then he actually bombs twice, then you're going to be cursing yourself and you're going to be really kicking yourself that you gave that same player the captaincy in two different teams. So technically what we should do is we should leave the captaincy on Morales in here and then we should switch it. We should switch it to Kadri here. So that then we're kind of like spreading the risk a little bit, no? Thank you also to Luke B10. Welcome back, Luke B10. Thank you for the sub, the 6 months. I've contacted you, I think, recently, Luke B10. I think you won a card yesterday. So please do check your inbox. You might have already responded back to me, and I might not have seen it. But if not, then I'm pretty sure you won a card on a giveaway that we done yesterday. This is why I don't like stacks that much. If the team loses, your chances are gone. Yeah, that's the problem with the stack, isn't it? Is that you're going all in on that team. And then if you go all in on that team and that team absolutely does shocking, then it's horrible because then the team is done instantly, as in like your chance to win anything is usually finished in one go. But the flip side, of course, is that if they do amazing, then you can just easily hit a card reward with a stack. But I think the more I think about it now, the more I think that actually we should spread the risk here by not captaining the same player in two different teams, because already picking the same player in two different teams is a little bit of a risk, right? What you shouldn't really be doing is captaining the same player in two different lineups that you have in Sorare. If you do it and it comes off, it's going to feel amazing. But if you do it and it doesn't come off for you, you're going to be thinking to yourself, well, why didn't I just captain him in one lineup and then captain somebody else in a different lineup? And I know that that is what I'll be thinking. So I'm actually going to captain Kadri here now. I'm going to captain Kadri. So there you go. Maybe I'm not going to be looking back at this stream after the weekend and regretting that I captained Morales in two teams. So I'm not doing it anymore. I hope that I'm not looking back at the stream after the weekend. No, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be. So this is what you've got to ask yourself, right? I won't look at myself after this weekend. Let's say, for example, I captain Kadri and Kadri hits like 30 or something, right? I won't be looking back at myself and thinking, why did I not captain Morales in here? Because I don't want to captain the same player in two different teams. And if Kadri bombs, he bombs, right? But the smart play is to spread the risk a little bit and to not put all our eggs in one basket by just thinking that Morales is going to explode to 100, because if we know that he has the potential where he can't do that away from home. So I'm definitely not going to regret it, even if Morales now hits a score of 100 and then Kadri hits a score of 30. All it means is that we're then going to be looking very good in Cap 220, and we just try to be a bit smart by reducing the risk in Cap 240. Just seen it. That's 2 card wins in 2 weeks after one in the previous 5 months of being subscribed. Yeah. It's time for you to go and buy a lottery ticket, isn't it? Luke B10. It is a risk, even though it's not the bottom ranked team in the Belgium. It is a risk, yeah. But it's a calculated risk that I think we need to take, right? So let's just quickly look at how that would... Oh, this is the team. And then if we captained Kadri, it's still going to be a score of 69. And Kadri has an A score rating the same as Morales here. Kadri has an opponent score, which is really good, of 57. Morales has an opponent score, which I think is not as good. It's 52. They don't actually have a good chance for a clean sheet either. So we would be expecting Morales to hit a score of 70, 80 without the 10-point clean sheet bonus. Most likely. Yeah, I think the more I've thought about that, the more I want to do that. So let's put the captaincy on Kadri instead. There we go. So this is now the team for the weekend in Cap 240 Rare. Yeah. And you know what as well? I'm even more happy that we've just taken the captaincy off Morales and we've put it on Kadri. Do you know why? If anybody can tell me, I'm going to give a card away. If anybody can tell me the other reason why I'm now happy that we've taken the captaincy off Morales and we've put it on Kadri, if you can give me an answer as to why, other than what I've just explained, I'm going to give another card away to somebody. Whoever answers it first correctly, you'll win a card. What's the other reason that I'm happy that I've taken the captaincy off Leonardo Morales and I've put it on Kadri? Who can give me that answer? Whoever gives me the answer first will win a card, and I will send it to you straight away. Because Morales is away and Kadri at home. Yeah, but I need the other answer. So that is the reason, but there's another reason. There's another reason why I'm happy that I've also taken it off him. The moon is crossing over into Sagittarius. I like that. That's quite creative. Because of Santelli being as well in 2 lineups? No. I'll give you guys a clue in a minute. Low XP? No. Kadri doesn't have higher XP than Morales? No. Kadri has a higher ceiling. That's true. Well, that's not technically true, because Morales actually has a higher ceiling than Kadri, but I get what you're saying, but that's not the reason. I'll give you a clue. I'll give you a clue, right? The answer is live on the screen. You can see the answer here on the screen right now in the lineup section. That is your clue. That is your clue right there. It's quite a big clue. He's not at AFCON, no. He played them the last game for Kortrijk, so he's not at AFCON. I can't believe nobody spotted this yet. I believe nobody spotted this. This is something that is a really important point. It's more of a superstition than anything. Here we go. Twitch Gaming got it. Twitch Gaming got it. I was waiting for somebody to talk about the Friday night curse, and Twitch Gaming just about got in there. Morales is playing tonight. So the early game curse, which is often a Friday curse as well, I'm superstitious with that, okay? I've been burnt with that quite a bit. And you could say there's no such thing, but when you captain somebody and they play early and they're the first player to play and they play on a Friday, or they play really early in the game week, I've had it so many times where my early game player does absolutely shocking. And then I'm like, why did I captain them? Because it's the early game curse, right? I was Captain Morales here, and now I've also seen it, and it makes me more happy that we've taken the captaincy off Morales for this lineup, even though we've got him on the other one, which is fine, is because, yeah, he's literally playing tonight. So we could get early game cursed here, whereas Kadri is playing tomorrow. So Twitch Gaming 2024 definitely belongs to you, doesn't it? Twitch Gaming is winning cards left, right, and center here. Incredible. Let's work out what card we're going to give you. And then let's send it to you straight away. So this is why, another reason why it's always quite good to be on the streams, because you never know when I'm randomly going to do a giveaway like that. And then you don't want to miss out on winning cards, right? Let's go into my cards here. I did say I'd give it to the person who guessed. I did. Let's go into the giveaways here. Right. We've given away a lot of these cards early on from yesterday. Let's have a little look here. Okay. We've already given Kemar Lawrence to Twitch Gaming. I think we got up to Alexander. Well, yeah, did we get up to... I think we got up to around Alexander Callens or something last night. Let's give you Florian Flecker. Yeah. Florian Flecker. Florian Flecker. So I'm going to send Florian Flecker to Twitch Gaming. I know what his name is because he's told me. No, it's not even Patrick. It's Simple Blue. There you go. I'm saying I know, and I'm putting the wrong bloody name in. There we go. Simple Blue 88. This is Twitch Gaming here. All right. Coming over to you, Florian Flecker, man. So congratulations again for correctly guessing that the other reason why I don't want to captain Leonardo Morales is because of the early game Friday night curse, which could happen tonight. There we go. Send it over. Enjoy. Let me put my nuclear passcode in. There we go. Do I have to predict all the games on Pooky before the first game, or can I wait for other games till tomorrow? You can wait. Yeah, you don't have to do all of them before the first game kicks off. You can wait. So you can do like the game which kicks off tonight, and then you can just do the ones which are kicking off tomorrow. You have up until the kickoff of each individual game to predict the games, right? Yeah. And it's not 1 hour before kickoff. You can literally predict them right up until the game kicks off. So yeah, up until like the last minute, you can put your predictions in. All right, enjoy Twitch Gaming. I don't think me, and I think the rest of the chat now never want to hear that you don't win cards in this channel. You're winning so many at the moment. So many. Right. Let's go back. So, this is our... You're very welcome, man. You're very welcome. Thanks for all the support on the channel as well. This is our team for Threshold with the new captain of Cadre. And I like it now. I think this is golden. I'm looking forward to seeing what Slovic does as well. So, Cap 240 is good to go. Cap 220, rare. This is what we have for Cap 220 rare. We have Mark Martinez in goal, which now is a little bit tricky because apparently he is at 50%. He might not play because there is a rumor that he is potentially moving to Granada. Now, the difficulty here is that I don't actually think we can do anything about this here. I think we just have to roll the dice and hope that he does actually play. What's going on here? Let's go on to Sorare. Tools, Sorare, lineup predictions here. Here we go. Yeah. And then Spain, La Liga 2. One of you guys has mentioned that he's now 50-50. Yeah, so Mark Martinez is now 50-50. So if there is any traction with Mark Martinez getting a transfer to Granada, then as in if the club do want to do it and if the player really wants to do it and push for it, then it's probably unlikely that he's going to play because then his mind won't be fully focused on this game, will it? Now, that means that we could have a DMP in here. The difficulty is that we don't have enough starting goalkeepers to make a change, really. The only other starting goalkeeper that we've got is Ertugrul Tascaran and Lovro Majkic. Now, Lovro Majkic is our under-23 goalkeeper. He's part of our under-23 community team, so we can't take him out. He has to play in the under-23 team. So he's trying to win rewards for you guys, right? It means then that the switch that we make is to bring Tascaran in here, who's an extra 5 points more expensive. But what that then means is that I break up my Cap 240 limited team to try and hit the $5 threshold. Because Tascaran is in a pure Alanyaspor stack in Cap 240, and I actually quite like having him in the stack. So what we're going to do is we're going to risk it. We're going to hope that Mark Martinez does play. If he doesn't, it's just going to affect our chances to rank on the month-long leaderboard because, again, there's no weekly rewards with this one. But I don't want to change this team because I actually think this team is perfect. Again, we have no points left over in the cap. And I like the balance to the team because we have Grigic, we have Montero, Cosio as the captain who could do really well here. And then we've got Victor Edvardsen, who has a really good home game against NEC as well. When is his game? Is this game happening tonight? When is his game? If we go back here, Cap 220 rare. There it is. Here we go. Okay, so he's playing potentially tomorrow at 3:15. I hope he can play. If Mark Martinez plays, and I think we've got a really good chance to get a good card reward here, or not a card reward, but to kind of like place quite high up in the month-long leaderboard to then challenge for one of those tier 3s and above. Anto Grigic, I do need to just quickly double check because he came off the subs bench last weekend because a few players got injured. He done very well, but I haven't checked recently to see whether he's going to keep that place or not. There's no predictions for the Swiss Super League, so I think we're going to be rolling the dice on that one as well. I think he should play. He done very well when he came on, so I'm happy to take the risk with him. Mark Martinez for the captain. We can't captain him though. I mean, if we could, we probably would, but because it's Cap 220, we can't captain the limited card. We have to captain one of the rares, and to be honest with you, I probably wouldn't anyway, but if it was going to be his last game, I'd be a little bit tempted to captain him just to say, hey, we captained him in the last game. We'll probably look to sell him. I don't know whether we could sell him for any profit or not. But yeah, we'd probably look to sell him if he's going to move to Granada. Cossio's going to be the captain. He's got a really difficult game, but Cossio's a monster. And he's got the ability to hit like a massive score in his AA. Grigic, we wouldn't captain because he's got a really difficult game against St. Gallen, who are currently top in the Swiss Super League. Montero, we could captain, but Montero at the moment is hitting scores of 60, not really hitting scores of 70 or 80. And Cossio is that type of player that can hit into that higher end that we need to try and target for a captain. And then Victor Edvardsson, we wouldn't captain, even though I think Victor Edvardsson can score a goal or get an attacking return against NEC. I think a lot of you guys know why we wouldn't captain him. Captaining a forward in Sorare is often, like 9 times out of 10, it's not the right play to do unless you have a forward like an Mbappe that is just absolutely incredible, can score you 2 or 3 goals and have like an AA of like 20 or 30. Those types of players are always worth captaining. But if you have like a budget forward, like a Victor Edvardsson, they don't have the AA scoring, which means that you're then relying on them giving you 2 or 3 decisives in a game just to give you a score of 70 points, right? And again, with a captaincy pick, you need to be trying to think about who's got the highest scoring ceiling. So who has the potential to hit me a score of 80, 90? And the player here in this team that can do it is technically Grigic, Montero, and Cossio. But I think for this weekend, it's going to be more Cossio than it is going to be Montero or Grigic, which is why we captain Cossio. And so that is the team. We don't change it. And we just hope that Marc Martinez plays, Cossio hits a monster score, Grigic starts as well, Victor Edvardsson gets a goal or something, and then Montero does really well. So we're not hoping for much, right? Not too much, but we'll see what happens, right? Wait, I just noticed that Almeria played 21 games and lost 15. They haven't won a game yet. Yeah, they're pretty bad, Almeria. I didn't know that was their record, but I'm also not surprised to hear it. A forward with good AAs like Griezmann, for example. Griezmann's perfect example, yeah. I think if you have a Griezmann, you can just give him the captaincy every single game. Because even then, if he doesn't do that good, you're going to get still a score of 50, 60 from him without the AA, without the decisive, sorry. Unless your forward plays right back, yeah, then don't captain them. Not really. Or a forward midfielder like Kvara, yeah, absolutely. Or a forward like Inigo Cordoba as well. He's also really good. What's this here? Okay, that's Twitch Gaming accepting our offer. So yeah, Cap 220. This is our Cap 220. I think it's good. I'm very happy with it. And we just have to hope that we avoid any DMPs here and that we get the scoring, which we know the players we've got here can deliver. We hope that they can do it. The next team that we've got is All-Star Rare. Now, All-Star Rare is a punty team. It's not a throwaway team. It's a punty team. The reason it's a punty team is because we don't have another starting goalkeeper that's playing this weekend. So we are putting in Miyama Yildirim, who's the backup goalkeeper for Sivasspor. We know he's not going to score. So this is a punty team to see whether we can maybe scrape a card reward with 4 players, but most likely not. So then it's a team that's really just trying to win as many Sorare coins as it can with the 4 players here. So we have, yeah, the 2 Rijeka boys, or Smolcic and Zalahi. And then we have the captaincy on Eric Bokat, who's got a really big ceiling, much bigger than Smolcic and Zalahi. He does quite well at home, even though it's a difficult game. And then we're quite short on forwards that have a game this weekend. So Anti-Airseg is suspended. We can't use him. Santelli we're using in Cap 240. Gradle is away with the national team, but he doesn't play. Victor Edvardsson we're using in Cap 220. Peter Musa, we could obviously play, but Peter Musa isn't going to start for Benfica, and he's likely going to be moving to a new club very soon. And then Maxi's probably not going to play, but even if he was going to start, he's going to be going up against Boca Juniors, which, you know, to be honest with you, I don't really want to target a forward that's playing Boca Juniors, but we'll check it now. The last time I checked it, he wasn't expected to play. Yeah, he's still questionable. He has just moved, and he is going to be the main forward for Platenza. But I don't think I want to play him until I know that he is definitely playing. And also, I don't think I want to play him in this fixture because it's just horrible. I'd much prefer to target Carlos Garces. Now, Carlos Garces is likely not going to start because apparently he's not fit enough yet. He's just got a little bit more to do on his conditioning to get up to like match fitness. But if he comes off the bench, which I think he probably will, to help him with his fitness, then he has a good chance to still give us a score of 60 points or more against his opponent than somebody like Maxi does going up against Boca Juniors, even if Maxi did start. So that's why we're not targeting Maxi, who's potentially more of a starter for this fixture, and we're targeting Garces instead. Have you seen the news about Berardi being out because he needs a knee surgery? I haven't seen it, no. How long is he going to be out for? Do they know that at the moment yet? Twitch Gaming. And is that story legit, or is that the cover story that they're telling everyone because he wants to try again to get the move to Juventus? Because you never know. It's that time of the year where there's so many smokescreen stories that are put out there, like a player's injured when actually they're not injured because they're just looking at making a move to a different club. I mean, it's a shame if he's really injured because a lot of managers who have him will miss out on him now. He's the type of player that's really difficult to replace as well for the scoring that he offers you. How much is Berardi at the moment? Domenico Berardi, £26 in limited and 281 in the rare. Very good player. Love him. He's amazing. So yeah, this is our punty team in All-Star. Let's bring it up again so you guys can see it. If the lobby won't move. Oh, that's so annoying. There we go. So this is our punty All-Star team to try and see if we have a chance of scraping a tier 5 with 4 players, or just trying to get over 250 points for the 200 Sorare coins. Okay. And then we have another 2 teams in rare. We've got this one here, which is a throwaway team in All-Star Rare Plus, actually. So again, a DMP goalkeeper. Heiser is the captain because he's the main starter here. He's got an okay-ish fixture. And we've got Pappy, who's also a starter, but he has a horrible fixture. Peter Moose is a sub-player. Robin Mollon's a sub-player. So it's not going to win anything, this team, unless we get really lucky. It's, again, just a team trying to farm for the Sorare coins. So even if this team gets 100, we'll get 100 Sorare coins, which, you know, it's all the little things, isn't it? It all adds up. So we'll do that one. And then Cap 270, we have a Cap 270 team, which is completely throwaway as well. Hervey Kofi doesn't have a game this weekend. His game is on Tuesday for the midweek game week. Luca Hugebar is apparently projected to start, so we'll give him the captaincy. And then Marco John's injured. Maxi, as we just talked about, might not start. Even if he does, he's up against a really difficult opponent, so he probably won't score that good. And then Bitterlow's not projected to start. He's got a horrible game as well. But even if he comes off the bench, he's not a good one that we can rely on for good scoring. So, throwaway team here. And those are all our rares at the moment. Those are all our rare teams. We have a kickoff team, which, you know, to be honest with you guys, is actually not really worth me talking about, but this is a pure throwaway team. We've only got one player that has a game, and he doesn't even start. So this is just a pure throwaway team. We're throwing them in there. just because we might as well. Otherwise, we can't fit them into a training team or anything like that in academy. Let's put them in there. If Remy Vita comes off the bench and gets some points, then it will just boost the XP that these guys get in the lineup. So that's kind of why we're doing it. He's been playing for a move for 5 years. He really has, isn't he? He really is injured. His meniscus in training and needs surgery. Ouch. Okay. Yeah, fair enough then. But yeah, he's been looking for that move out for so long now, isn't he, Berardi? Right. A couple more teams to talk about. Under 23. Guys, this is your under 23 team for the weekend. This is your under 23 team for the weekend. So if you don't know how this works, every week we have a community built under 23 team. So you guys out there pick these players. We went out and we bought them for you. And then every week this team is trying to hit the best rewards it can in the under 23 competition. Now, whatever card rewards it wins and whatever rewards in general it wins, we're going to give them out to the community. So if this ended up winning under 23, then we would give away the star limited under 23 card that we got. We'd give it away to one of you guys out there. Okay, you don't need to be a sub to win them. I give them out over on Twitter. Just make sure that you're following me over on Twitter. But what do you think about our chances this weekend, guys, to win a reward in under 23? Because I think that we've always got a chance to win, but I think realistically, I would be very, very shocked if this team won a card reward. Everybody wanted the captaincy on Corridor, but I think we've got too many difficult games here to expect a card reward. But what do you guys think? Is it going to hit it? Again, it's another hit or miss here. Hit or miss question. Do you think that this team is going to hit a reward? If you think so, type hit. Do you think this team is going to miss out on a card reward? If you think so, type miss. I want to see what everybody thinks about our under 23 chances this weekend. And just as you're writing that, I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break because I need to top up my drink. So I'll be back in 2 minutes. Let me know in the meantime whether you think this is hit or miss, though. And I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. All right, guys, we're back again. I'm sure I just surprised a lot of people, scared you. We're back. Yeah. So I've just been looking at the comments in the chat. A lot of you guys think it's going to miss actually, and I don't blame you. I think that this team here is a very good team. I'm really happy that we have this under 23 team. And I asked you guys at the start of the month whether we should rebuild the team or we should keep the team as is. And everybody, well, the majority of people voted that we should keep the team as is. And I think that was the right decision. We just don't really have the best game week for all of the guys here. They've just all got really difficult games, haven't they? But we keep the slimmer of hope alive that maybe they can really surprise us here. But I think the reality is that we're probably not going to get a good score from everybody, and that we'll probably miss out on a card war to give out to the community. But yeah, let's see what happens. This is the only team we can put out for it, because these are the only under 23 players from our under 23 team that actually have a game this weekend. So we can't do anything about it. We have to see what they can do. So fingers crossed, guys. I'll let you know how it goes on the under 23. We've also got a couple of teams in limited other than the under 23. This is my team for limited threshold. I'm actually quite enjoying this one because, like, to put out a full team, the full squad, not a full squad, but a full 5 from the same team, like a full stack. And this team comes well under the cap as well. It's 25 points under the cap. So we can just continue to play this stack in cap 240 and just make it really easy for ourselves. We need to double check whether the expert actually does believe that they're all going to play. Here we go. I haven't checked it. Oh, look, we've got Taskaran, we've got Balkovic, but then he's saying that Augusto is at 55% over Hadashinai. So it could be that Hadashinai gets benched in this game. And then we've got Karaka and Cordova. So we have a little bit of a problem around Hadashinai. It's not that he's definitely not going to play. It's just like there's a potential that he could be dropped because Augusto used to be the main right back for Alanyaspor. But over the last 5 or 6 games, Hadashinai's been playing a lot more. So maybe what we need to do, we could still keep Hadashinai in, but rather than captaining him, see, look, over the last 6 games or so, he's been the starter, but maybe there's a chance he gets dropped. So what we need to do, we'll keep him in, but we won't captain him, because already keeping him in is a risk anyway. So why then risk our captaincy on someone that's going to potentially be benched, right? We give the captaincy to Karaka instead, because Karaka could do really well in this fixture. Let me just confirm that. I think this is a good team. This team has a good chance of hitting the threshold in this fixture because Pendix Sport are not that good. Alanyaspor should, in my opinion, be able to win the game. And if they can all hit some really good scores, and if Hadashinai does actually start, I think we have a very good chance of not only hitting the threshold, but potentially even sneaking a card reward if the team can give us a score of around 380, 400 points, something like that, which would be epic to do. And they did, yeah. They did beat Besiktas 4-1. That was really crazy that they beat them 4-1. But yeah, they always have a chance they can do good, but I just don't think they're going to do good here, personally. You never know, though. But I think that, in principle, they shouldn't be able to do good against Alanyaspor. But it's football. We know anything can happen. Cap 220, we briefly talked about that. This is the Cap 220 team. Frederick Renault in goal. So a big shout out to the chat for that one. We were talking about him on Wednesday, and then the chat kind of convinced me that I should bring him in. And I'm glad that I did, because now it's enabled me to put out a team like this, which, there's no points left over. So we've really squeezed out as many points as we could from this team. And I don't want to change it because I think we've got the right mix of players in here. Again, Morales, but we're going to give him the captaincy in here. So if there is a Friday night curse, it's going to kill our chances in Cap 220 pretty quickly. But it's actually okay to captain somebody in the month long because you've obviously then got more opportunities to make up for that. So if we get it wrong, we don't lose out on any rewards, right? It just means that next week we go again and we can try and post a better score to give us the top score of the 4 for the month long. This is why it's okay to kind of have the captaincy on Morales in Cap 220, but it's actually not okay to have him as the captaincy in Cap 240 this weekend, for me, in my opinion, because if it goes wrong, it's really going to prevent us from hitting the threshold. If this one goes wrong, it prevents us from hitting, from doing nothing. You know, like we're not losing out on anything. Montero again is in there. We also have him in Cap 220 rare. And then we've got Santelli in here again, who we have in Cap 240 rare. So we have a lot of the same players in here. So we really will be hoping that the same players that we've got can all do good. If they don't, if any one of them really does poorly, then it is going to affect our chances to do well in the other teams as well. But these are essentially the best players that we've got. And then Ivan Marquez is just making up the numbers here. He has an L15 of 39, which is exactly what we need. And he's like my better option at the 40 cost or less for the extra. Afternoon, too noisy, Steve. Anyon says, made the jump from all limited competitions to Champion Europe Rare. Wow, that's a big jump up, by the way. How much did that cost you to, if you don't mind me asking, how much did that cost you to make the jump up from limited to Champion Europe Rare? Because Champion Europe is an expensive competition to put a lineup together for, a team for. Hopefully I start with a card ward, good fixtures ahead. I hope you do too, man. Please let us know this weekend how you get on, because I'd be very keen to hear how your first week goes. I don't even know the team. Can you let us know the team that you've got for Champion Europe Rare that you're entering for this weekend? I'm sure that everyone in the chat, including myself, would love to know the team that you've now built for Champion Europe. So yeah, this is our Cap 220 for limited. I'm happy with it. I really am. I think this is a great team. And hopefully we can post another good score for the month long, which will improve our chances to get either a tier 3 or above at the end of the month. So that's the Cap 220. We have 2 other teams to talk about. All-Star is the one next. This is our All-Star team. This is like our All-Star Rare, where it's a punty team. So it's not a throwaway team. We've only got one player that is going to DMP. That's going to be Miami Yildirim. And then the other guys here are all starters. So again, we've got Cosio, who we have as the captaincy in Cap 220 Rare. We've got him here, but this time we're going to be captaining Jose Estrada, who's a monster when he plays at home. And he should, against his opponent, should do quite well. He has the potential to do quite well. So again, we're kind of hoping that we can hit a really big score with our captain, and that maybe a couple of these other guys also hit some good scores too. And then we can maybe get a score of around 350 with 4 players that will give us a chance for a card. If not, it doesn't matter, because we're just going to try and earn as many Sorare coins as we can with that team. So even if this team hits 250 points, we'd get 100 Sorare coins, and that's actually a nice return, because those Sorare coins all add up. I got, by the way, Neto Borges for Super Rare you recommended to me. Love it. How much did you pick him up for, Smickers, in the end? I'm really happy to hear you got him. You won't be disappointed with him. He's so good. And I'm actually jealous that you've got him, because I want him. I've been talking about him for a while. I don't have him in any scarcity at all. And I do want to have him eventually. So maybe I'll look to get him in SR too. I'll look to follow you. I have Hirodaki, Grimaldo, Max Arnold. Oh, I love Max Arnold. Malen and Kramaric, Brandt and Hummels as backups. Wow, good backups there. Thought with the announcement of stars will be stars again, I took a risk. Didn't cost me any extra because I sold my gallery and rebought. Lovely. Yeah, so the fact it didn't cost you anything, you simply just sold your gallery and then it was then exactly the same cost is brilliant. You've rejigged, you've restructured. Love it. Hello also to FIFA as well. How's it going, FIFA? Thanks for jumping back in again, man. How are you feeling about your chances this weekend, FIFA, in Sorare? And what are the competitions that you are trying to target for big rewards this week? Our last team, by the way, in Limited is Cap 270. And this one is another punty team, but it's more of a throwaway team than it is a punty team. And the reason I say that is because, again, we have a DMP goalkeeper. Again, we're captaining a defender to try and hit a big score. Then we've got Gimba, who's got a really bad game, but he'll start, but he just probably won't score that good. We've got Philip Heiser in here again, who's also got a tricky game. Then we've got Benji, who's probably not going to, he's definitely not going to start. And then he probably won't even get off the bench. If he does, then he's just going to give us a score of 25. So again, this team is all about just trying to scrape and farm for the Sorare coins. And then if it does end up getting really lucky and it wins a card award, which, you know, to be honest with you, this really shouldn't win a card award because it's not good enough. But if it did win a card award, it would feel like winning the lottery because it's such a weak team that, you know, it shouldn't do it. It'd be a huge surprise if it done it. So yeah, that's the throwaway team. FTS, would you use Sisto or Lataza as a forward? That's a little bit tricky. For what competition? Can't really answer that without knowing what competition are you planning on using them in Sorare for. You got him for £157. If he doesn't score more than 60, I'm going to haunt you. What happens if he scores 100? If he scores 100, does it mean I get him? You'd give him to me. I hope he scores really well for you. I'm sure he will. Good man, you remember that La Liga Rivals competition I posted in chat last week? I won a signed La Liga kit from that. Oh my God. FIFA won. FIFA won one of the signed La Liga shirts. Incredible. Have you just been notified that you've won? So you haven't received it yet. You don't know what you're actually going to get. Or do you know what you're going to get? Probably you don't know until you get it, right? But how incredible is that? So GG to FIFA, who wins the La Liga Rivals comp and gets the signed shirt or the signed kit. Is it a kit or do you just get a shirt? It's not the full kit, is it? It's going to be the signed shirt, surely. Cap 240, none of them is a guaranteed forward, unfortunately. It's a difficult one because I like both of them. I think is Sisto, how old is Sisto? I think, is he not younger? He's 28, okay. I thought he was a little bit younger than that. And then how old is Lataza? Oh, he's a lot younger. It's a bit tricky. I mean, I wouldn't probably pick Sisto because he's been doing better recently since he's been given a bit more of a run in the team. I do like him though. I like Sisto. I don't know. That's a really tricky one. I'd probably pick. I'd probably not pick any of them. If I'm honest with you, what I would do is I would just go and find somebody who's around the same cost, right? Of like a Lataza or a Sisto, and I would just find someone who's much more of a sure starter around the same price that would then actually have better scoring. Yeah. These are not good options to choose for Cap 240, as in you shouldn't choose any of them. So that actually is the answer. Don't choose any of them, just go and find somebody else instead. I don't know yet. I had to send someone at Sorare an email with my details. It's a signed kit. Wow. Oh, man. When you get it, you must tell us what you get. I'm sure you will. I know you will, actually. You must tell us what you get. And yeah, if you can as well, please post a picture of it when you get the full kit. It'll probably take a few weeks for you to get it, but when you get it, that's gonna be amazing. I'm quite happy with my Captain 40 and All-Star only. Do you think Thomas Partey will have a massive impact for Arsenal? What do you mean? I'm not sure I understand the question exactly. Because he hasn't anyway. Because the thing with Thomas Partey is that when he's played, he's done okay. I've never really felt like he's been the player that Arsenal were hoping he could be. As in, like, when I think about Arsenal, I don't think, yeah, he's like one of their main men that is the pinnacle midfielder that they were hoping for, the pinnacle defensive midfielder. So if your question's around, do I think that he will have an impact at Arsenal more so than what he's had, then no. Is he actually expected to, when's he expected to be back? When he's back from injury. No, I don't. I don't, man. Like, he's actually not a bad scorer in Sorare, really. He's okay. I just don't think that he is the elite midfielder that Arsenal really need. So no. I think if he got a move away from Arsenal and he joined a different club, he could be brilliant. He could then be amazing. But I think at Arsenal, I think we've seen everything we are going to see from Thomas Partey. I don't think there's any more tricks up his sleeve where he's going to just become this incredible player that they haven't seen for the past few years now. And I also just don't think that at Arsenal he's going to score much better than this either, really, to be honest with you. Yeah, all our teams are done. So I've gone through all the teams for the weekend. I like all of them. Well, most of them I like. I definitely like our Cap 240. And I really hope, again, our Cap 240 rare is always our biggest priority. So if we don't win anything in anything else at all, if we don't win any cards at all in our limited or our other rare teams, it's absolutely fine as long as we hit the threshold of $50, right? That is head and shoulders the main thing that we need to be trying to win, because it is the best thing at the moment to win for the majority of managers in Sorare, hitting the threshold. And then everything else is just a bonus, right? But if you kind of don't hit the threshold and then you maybe win like a card award, like a tier 5, it's still good, but it doesn't feel as good because with a tier 5, it's so low in value. So this is the big focus. I hope we can do it. We've got a good track record. I hope we can continue it. So yeah, let's we've got about 50 minutes until the start of the game week. So here's my weekly reminder to everybody. Do not forget your academy teams, guys. So if you have not put your academy teams together, do it now. Don't forget, the academy teams are your training teams. They give you double XP. That really helps to bolster your cards and make them much more stronger and more powerful for you, which will help you obviously to get those podium places and to get over the line for threshold. So it's super important that you always put some of your best players that you can't fit into a lineup, a live lineup in a competition. You then try and boost their XP in academy teams. So make sure you do them. Yeah, we heard about it. Yeah. Is it definite? Is it definite that Mark Martinez is moving? Because we were talking about it earlier in the chat, and we see that he's at 50% to start. Does it? It's such a shame because he's not going to be the starter at Granada. So I don't really get it. I don't really get the move. I mean, why are they getting him? Does anybody know why they are getting him? He's not going to start for them, is he? They've got Augusto Batalla. He's very good already. He's the starter. So I'm just kind of like trying to understand. I mean, it's probably a very good move for him, right? It's a very good move for Mark Martinez because he then is with a League One club, rather not a League One club, but a La Liga club rather than a La Liga 2. Probably going to be a nice increase in his pay. So he gets more money for then sitting on the bench than he would be from playing. So it's probably a great move for him, but it's definitely not a good move for his career, as in his chances to play, and it's definitely not a good move for Sorare managers either. Yeah. Their backup, Andre Ferreri's moving too. Okay, yeah, so he's going to be replacing him, isn't he? Yeah, cool. Thanks for the info, FIFA. We actually we did buy Mark Martinez for our SO5er. I already made the decision, and I've already started to sell most of the SO5er players. Look, oh, look at that. So if you wanted to sell Mark Martinez, then like the window has literally passed already, and it's fading because his price is starting to drop considerably now, because he's going to go from being a starting goalkeeper to a backup goalkeeper. So technically, like if we could, we should almost be trying to sell him. I wonder if we could sell him to a bot. How much would a bot give us? Because we've got time to do it. Hold on a minute. Hold on. It wasn't something that I was considering doing. So we sent £4 over. This guy, Mark Martinez, cost us £4. How much could we realistically get from him from a bot? I doubt we could get even £3 for him. But if we could get £3 for him, I might actually trade him to a bot and then try and get a replacement in the next 50 minutes or so. Because if we don't sell him, what we're basically saying is that we're going to play him this weekend, and then after this weekend, he's going to have no value at all, pretty much. He'll probably be like £1 or something. If we can send him to a bot, how much would the bot give us for him? I reckon the bot's going to give us an offer of like £1 or something, which is going to be horrible. We're going to go to a couple of bots here. Let's send that same offer to Sahis as well. And then we'll send the same offer to Satonio too. And then we'll compare all the offers that we get. So Mark Martinez here. Like that. Let's do that. Okay, and then let's do the same here for Satonio. Maybe they don't even want him, because maybe in the bot's logic, they're already seeing in the market that his price is starting to fall off a cliff. So if they've designed the bots smartly, what you'd be designing the bot to do would be to see the difference, like see how the price is changing over a period of time. And if the bots were smart enough, they'd be able to see that right now there's a rush, there's a sell-off on Mark Martinez, which means that if they got the card, then they would be buying at a price which would then be exposed, because they would buy like at this price, and then in a couple of days' time, if that trend of selling off continued, they might have bought 2 times what he's worth in 2 days' time, right? So technically, I'm not almost expecting any offer really, let alone a good offer. Like if I was gonna, if I could, I can't do it. I don't know how to, but if I was going to build a bot, then I would build the bot with that logic to track the market and to see with the cards that you are querying and dealing with how they are losing or increasing in value in a short period of time. So Sir Hiss has rejected the offer. We don't have an offer yet from Basilbot. I think Sir Hiss's bot is probably quite smart. I feel like, and I could be wrong here, but I feel like Sir Hiss's bot is one of the smarter ones out there because it will calculate an offer for you very quick. Actually, the quickest out of all the bots, in my opinion. And the market valuations seem to be quite good too. And probably Sir Hiss, what Sir Hiss has done, the bot, is that it's looked at this card that we're trying to offload, and it's looked at exactly what we've just looked at. Whereas in the limited right now, in the limited, his price is starting to fall off a cliff. Is Gertner just cheap because of his age? Yeah, he is, yeah. Doesn't look like we have another offer. The other thing here is that if we did sell Mark Martinez, then we're going to need to try and find somebody that has an L15 of 38 and that's a starting goalkeeper for a couple of quid. That's another problem, but we need to deal with that when we come to it. At the moment, I'm just waiting for the offers here. We've sent an offer to Satonio. We've sent an offer to Basilbot. We're just waiting for a response here. Don't actually know whether we'd be able to get a replacement goalkeeper. Let's have a quick look. Game week 445, and then we'd be looking at a goalkeeper that has an L15 of 38 or below. And that was also about £3 or less as well. Let's do the floor, because we'd be under a bit of time pressure here as well. Let's do that. It's probably going to give us a ton, yeah. What we need to do as well is we need to put this in here. Put that at 20% in the L5, and it gets rid of all the DMP goalkeepers, and then we have 13. Which is not good. Not good at all. Because there's nobody here, realistically. Well, Mark could potentially replace him, but he's not actually playing at the moment, is he? He's just moved to Kilmarnock from the looks of it. But I don't think he's going to be starting for Kilmarnock. I don't even think the bots are interested, are they? What is going on? Why are the bots so slow at the moment? We haven't even had a response from the bots at all. I tell you one thing that's a little bit scary. When I was making a lot of my changes in my gallery, where I was bringing in loads more people, I was trying to shift out people. I tell you what's really scary is that the bots now are not touching a lot of cards which they were buying 6 months ago. The bots aren't even, they're not even looking to give you money for them. They don't want them at all. And so even if the bots don't want these types of cards now, it's a huge problem, because then you're going to have a stockpile of cards that can't be shifted. And there were so many of my cards, even good cards as well, good players, that the bots in the offers were just removing and saying, we don't want them. And these were cards that they were buying 6 months ago. Coupons is cheap, but he's playing Genk at 95% starter prediction. It's a horrible game for him, isn't it? But yeah, if he's going to be a starter, that could work. Maybe we just need to buy him. Maybe we need to just buy him, even if it is a horrible game, and then we just need to put him in so that then we've got a sure starter, instead of hoping that that Mark Martinez is going to play. I mean, we literally would be buying this guy for 1 game week, though, because Suzuki would be back the next game week. I don't know whether we can take the risk of a Mark Martinez, though. This is such a horrible game to target for him, to be honest with you. I mean, look, we really should be getting him for around £1. We're not getting anything from the bots here. I don't know what's happened, but we're not even getting a counter offer. We've done everything right. We sent the card. We sent a little bit of the money as well to trigger the counter offer. We're not even getting a counter offer from Basilbot or Satonio. Maybe they've blocked us and we don't know it. But we're not. Usually you should get a counter offer. We're not getting anything. I see what this guy's done. He bought him for £1.05 and he's selling him for £1.40. Technically, we should go and buy him because he has a much higher projection to start, even though he's got a horrible game. But it means then that we have a more certain starter. Whereas Mark Martinez, maybe he doesn't play. Maybe he does play Mark Martinez. Maybe this is the last game that he plays for them. He has a very nice fixture, though. If we don't play if we do play Mark Martinez, then we are we're going to miss the window to sell him. Exactly, yeah. He's going to be back to the bench next week, isn't he? So the £1 or whatever it is, the £1.41 is really not that much, but it's £1.41 now, and then next week he's probably going to be like 50p or something because he's then going to be back on the bench again and no chance of playing again. Satonio has sent us an offer for £2.48. £2.48. I think I'm going to take it too. Yeah, I think I'm going to take it too, if I'm honest with you. Because I think what's going to happen is that, you know, like, look at his price here. It's going all the way down, and he's not going to be a starter if he moves to Granada. So he's actually going to get cheaper than £2.48. Like, right now, technically, he's about £4.57, and people have been selling him for, in the limited, for £3.69, £3.54. So more than what we're getting, £2.50. But the way that we need to look at it, I think, is that we can get £2.50 right now, £2.48, and then in a week's time, if, you know, when he moves to Granada, because it sounds like he's going to be there. In a week's time, he's not going to be £2.50. He's probably going to be like £1 or something. So we need to think about it, that we are going to be taking a loss, right? But we are cutting our losses. And this is a way for us to do it. So we do it. We sell him for £2.50, and then we go and buy another goalkeeper, a cheaper one. Okay, so he's been sold. It's just a bit weird. We didn't get an offer from Basilbot either, though. Bit of a shame. Hello to Rocky as well. Yeah, we will do that very soon, Roku. I was actually planning on doing it already, but then we decided we had to make a move. We had to be quick on making a move. Is this the... Okay, no, we just sold Mark Martinez. Perfect. All right, cool. Let's go back. We have Joe Copens. Let's have a look at Scotland here. I don't think that Mark is going to be the starting goalkeeper for Kilmarnock. No. He's got Will Dennis and Kieran O'Hara. Okay. How much is Kieran O'Hara? He's probably going to be a lot, isn't he? Kieran O'Hara is £2.50. I don't think I would want to do that anyway. One of the main reasons I think I wouldn't want to do that is because I think that the prediction's been done by this numpty, Sorare on a budget. If it was done by, it's not done by Geisa, because Geisa does the Hibs predictions. So yeah, I don't want to be using any info from this this idiot. We do need to pick one up. We need to pick up a goalkeeper. Maybe what we need to do as well. Maybe what we need to do is we need to look at somebody that hasn't played. So do it like that. Yeah, well, this Sorare on a budget, I've never really, I've never spoken to him or anything at all, really. But he's just always had a problem with me. And so he's always just been like bad-mouthing me and like slagging me off and saying I'm doing this and I'm doing that. And it's like, wow, okay. Imagine, you know, you've never met, you've never spoke to anyone. They've never spoken to you, but then they're just like slagging you off. Like when you've got a person like that, they have to be an idiot. Because only an idiot would do that. They'd be like me basically slagging off like you, Volts, right? Saying you're this and you're that. I've never spoken to you before. I don't know what you're like. You know what I mean? Like, it's silly. And so I think it, yeah, ever since then, I've just been like, yeah, whatever. I have a lot of beef actually with a lot of creators out there that seem to not like me, but I kind of like that they don't like me. Right. Who else can we look at? Yeah. Yeah. The bitch fight with Haber. Yeah, this another I'm not even gonna say anything, but like another not a fan at all. For the same reason. Just seems to have an agenda with me. And it's so annoying because, you know, like if these people took the time to jump in a stream or whatever and just kind of see what I'm like and talk to me, then they'd probably feel a bit stupid that they were then like painting me in a certain way. But whenever anybody does that, it's like, well, you're almost dead to me. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're almost dead to me. If you're just going to paint me in a really negative way and you don't know anything about me at all, then why do I give you the time or day? I don't, because you're not worth it. Under a bit of time pressure here. It's probably going to end up being Copens. Unless anybody in the chat can give me a better option, I think we do have to go and get Copens here. I'm not aware of any other goalkeepers, to be honest with you. that have an L15 of 38 that have a good chance of starting next as well. Is anybody aware of any? I'm going to ask the chat here to help me out a little bit. Does anybody know of any goalkeepers that are about to start that maybe haven't been starting, or any goalkeepers under 38 that are around £3, £4? Because if you do, I'll look at them right now and then I can maybe think about bringing them in. So you have a rare chance to help me out, guys. Not 38. Kolke has 41. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit tricky. I like Kolke as well. I really do. How much is Kolke? Because if we were going to do Kolke, then it means that we have a goalkeeper going forward, but like a limited goalkeeper going forward rather than just one for like one game week. But it means then that we have to fix this team, because then we won't have enough. We would need to find 3 points. Did you look into McGovern? Just started to watch now. No, I didn't look into McGovern at all. Is he expected to play in the next game? Technically, not Koke, sorry. But technically, Kolke, sorry, would be a good like-for-like replacement, because we would have another second division goalkeeper. Not that we really need one, but from what I read in the Discord, he talked in conference, rates with 20%. Because this is a good shout from FIFA, because I like this guy. He's actually quite good. I'm not really a big fan of the team Hansa Rostock. I don't really like them, to be honest with you. I almost wish that he was at a different team. So I think they're quite weak, Hansa Rostock. Like, they're down here. Look. They concede a hell of a lot of goals. They're second from bottom. They're going to be in a relegation battle all this season, I think. How much was... We've gone to Nuremberg here. What's happened to Mathenia? Why is Mathenia not playing? Has Mathenia lost his place now, has he? Oh, it looks like he has, isn't he? Not that Mathenia has a good game, but yeah, Carl Klaus is there at 65%, and Mathenia's at 30%. That's a shame, because otherwise Mathenia would have been a good one. Mathenia was injured, out for more than 2 to 3 weeks, okay. But it doesn't look like he's going to be getting back into the team. Okay, so nobody knows, was injured for weeks, and then they had a clean sheet last week with Klaus, okay. So there's a potential that Klaus could keep his position for the time being. Because I had Mathenia before. He's quite a good goalkeeper for Cap 220. He can also hit you these horrible scores, right? But for Cap 220, because these horrible scores are perfect, because then it just means that he is going to remain around 40 in his L15. But then he can hit you a score of 60 or 70. But it's a little bit tricky because we don't actually know that he's going to be playing. So we could bring him in, we could line him up, and then he could just DMP on us, right? And then there's no guarantee that he gets his starting spot back. What we should do, and what we are going to do actually, is we've got £5 to spend, so we can bump the budget up a little bit here. Let's redo this actually. I think we can find more options here. So what we need to do is we need to keep this ideally at 38. Because if I can find someone at 38, then it's perfect, because then I can just slot them in easily into this team here, which I don't want to alter. If we find that we can't actually discover an L1538 player, then we will bump the L15 up. But we should be able to really find somebody here in a starter. We can put this at 20% now in the L5, and then we can filter it. Then we'll have around, yeah, there we go, 20 again. Then we get Marco Silvestri. We've got the new goalkeeper for Toulouse here. Talavera's in there. Hubert's in there. Found Lucas Pirard. He's just a bit over the cap. I might actually have to alter my team, mightn't I? It's a shame because I really like the team, but... Oh, okay, for Kortrijk. Yeah, £2.64. He done fantastic in the last game, didn't he? But there's no way we could play him, because he has an L15 of 86, doesn't he? Has Carl Klaus been suggested? He hasn't, but we were just looking at him. Because we were looking at Carl Klaus and Christian Mathenia. I think the reason I wouldn't pick any of them is, at the moment, it doesn't seem like it's very clear who's going to be the goalkeeper. Because technically the number one is Mathenia, but then apparently Mathenia got injured. Carl Klaus came in. He done a good enough job. He kept the clean sheet. And so then he's kind of projected that he could keep his position for this weekend. But then even if he does keep it for this weekend and he then has a shocker, then it just leaves the door open for Mathenia to come back in. So this is actually a situation where I would just avoid them both for the time being until it was clear who's going to be the starter again. Because it could be that Mathenia has actually lost his place if Cole Klaus can do a good enough job, right? Shamal George, I haven't checked. But yeah, we were looking at Michael McGovern. Shamal George is... I don't really like this guy. And he was benched in the last game as well. I don't really think that this is a good goalkeeper. And I think his scoring kind of reflects it. He's had some really good performances in the past, but I don't think I would want to pick him up for that. Why don't we... Marco Silvestri is a good goalkeeper, but with Silvestri, he's not been starting, has he, recently? Yeah, he's kind of like lost his place, hasn't he? Somebody tried to offload him to me and try and... They wanted all my best cards and they would give me Marco Silvestri, and I was like, nah, I know what you're trying to do. Not falling for it. We might have to give up trying to find... a goalkeeper with an L15 or 38. He's not going to start, even though I actually think he's a kind of a useful type of goalkeeper. And just Lind for a gamble. That is a gamble, by the way. Buying Andres Lind. Right, what happens if we do 40? Probably we're going to get a load more options, aren't we? And then we would have to adjust the team. Okay, we don't get loads more options, but we do get a few more. We've got Marcel Schuhen. Why did we not get... There's Mathenia. Siboys has been playing recently, but he's been doing poor. They're not a good defensive team, Rodez, actually. There's Mark Martinez, which we just sold. And then, yeah, Marcel Schuhen, who's a goalkeeper that I actually quite like. Just playing for Darmstadt, which is not great. Then Benjamin Leroy. God, we're really scraping the barrel here, aren't we? Well, I think what I would probably do, this isn't great, but I think what I would probably do is I would just buy Joe Copens now. Ali Yanar. L15 of 15. Who have they got? Oh, they're away to Trabzonspor. That's pretty horrible. He's not going to improve really on the... it's a good shout, by the way. I appreciate it. He's probably not going to improve. Let's just buy Joe Copens here. Let's buy Joe Copens. We know that it's going to be a write-off. Yeah, it's going to be a write-off, actually. I don't really want to spend £1.41. But we're also under a bit of a time pressure here. Can we make an offer? Let's make an offer. He doesn't accept cash. Okay. So that's a little bit of an issue. Okay. Cash then. Okay, let's put an offer in here. Yeah, these guys are online. So we're going to put an offer in for £1. Start there because he has been selling for around that rather than what this guy's looking for. Let's put the offer in for £1. At the end of the day, if we pick him up for £1 and then next week he's back on the bench again, it means that we don't lose a lot off the value of him because he'll probably then, we might be able to sell him next week for break even. Basilbot's not going to sell for £1. Basilbot would sell for the floor price here. Let's see what this guy comes back with. What kept me in the end from buying this guy is that I bought him for resale and I do that myself also. Then I don't like when others profit off me. Yeah, that's why I didn't like the other guy. Where is he at? I mean, I'm with you. It's weird because I've done that myself and a lot of managers do that where you spot the opportunity, you buy them cheap and then you get them immediately listed up to make a profit on them, right? And there's nothing wrong with it. But you almost just don't want... you don't want that manager to do it to you, you know? And this guy, Stephen Taylor, he only bought him today. So he literally bought him with the intention to sell him for the profit. If he doesn't sell him today, then he's probably going to struggle to sell him because then next week this card won't have any use, will it? I feel like we're missing a big goalkeeper here. I feel like we're missing a big goalkeeper. Let's go on to the games here. Game week 445, and then pick scores here, and then do the goalkeeper. And then take that off, and then put the cost of 38 to start with. I feel like we're missing a player here that we should be... Alexander Mayer. That's the one we're missing. Because he is going to play. Because Kobal's out injured, isn't he? And he has a home game against Darmstadt. And Kobal's at 35% though. Twitch Gaming. Twitch Gaming usually has the no on this one. Twitch Gaming, you still with us at all, buddy? Kobel and Brandt are doubtful for Dortmund's clash with Bochum. Of racing against the clock to be fit. They're battling with the illness, okay. So we could end up buying... it's not great. We could end up buying Mayer. or Maya, sorry, and then Koval could be fit enough to play. So in theory, this is probably quite good, but it's also risky. Who else have we got here? There's Siboys, who we were just talking about. Shamal George is there, who we were also talking about. Mark Martinez, who we've obviously just sold. There's Joe Copens there, who we're thinking about picking up just to help us for this game week. Oh, this guy's got a horrible game. Horrible game. We're not going to be able to see an update from the expert here, as in like a lineup. "47 are predicting that Joaquin Blazquez is going to be starting this game. It's a horrible game against Boca Juniors, but why? I mean, They have Kazani as well. Who was playing? Have we got an offer? Response, yeah, he's rejected it. Okay, let's have a quick look here. Let's go on to Platens. We've got around 10 minutes to get this done. So we are pushing it. We are getting very close to missing this here. What I'm doing here is I'm just trying to see if I can see any lineups here that have been announced for any friendlies or whatever they've played in the preseason. I mean, it'd be a massive gamble if we picked up that guy, because I have no idea whether he's going to start or not. He's not played, but he's got this huge projection to start all of a sudden from the community. So it's whether we trust it or not. Oh, hello. Smickers has got here. What's this here from Smickers? Is there any chance that Blazquez will start in La Plata? And then these guys have said no. So these guys are saying no. And actually, this guy said, what did he say? No as well, right? This looks like the no from Sorare Bajo. He says, I could not tell you. That's what it translates to. I could not tell you. Yeah. So he got asked the question, and then he's basically said, I couldn't tell you. So it'd be a complete risk if we done it. It either pays off for us or it doesn't. Alternatively, we just pay the £1.41 for Copens, and then we've got Copens who can play for us this weekend. But But then we know that the £1.41, tricky. Because this technically could be a good investment. Did he play some minutes in the friendlies, did he? Let's have a look at Flash score. He signed a new contract at Bodo. Wow. They've done amazing to keep him, honestly. Thank you for that, Ola. They've done amazing to keep him. I can't almost believe that they didn't accept the offer of about $10 million from Charlotte. I can't see any friendlies here or anything at all. Fuck, what do we do? What do we do here? Do we risk it, guys? Or do we just like go with Blasquez, who's maybe not going to play? He maybe might play. Or do we go with the goalkeeper that we can use for one game week that then will be back on the bench again next game week? It's a big gamble if we took it on Blasquez. You wouldn't take the gamble, no? We've got 5 minutes to decide. This isn't that great a game. I know. Why would so many people say on Sorare Data he's going to start if he wasn't going to start? That seems to be like they know something. He's on loan from Talares as well. He's hardly played any games at all. All right, well, we have to make a decision. Time is running out. We have to do it. This is too risky, technically. And again, it wouldn't be a longer term. I mean, the thing is here is that he's only 22. I think we're going to do it. This might not work out at all. This could be horrible. I think we're going to do it because he's an under 23 player anyway. So it's someone we could sit on. I think I'd prefer to buy an under 23 player than buy a 31-year-old, sorry, a 32, 33-year-old for £1.41 just for one game week, knowing that then the next game week he's probably not going to play at all. If it doesn't work out this game week for the under 23 player, then at least we can just sit on him, you know, like for years if needs be. So I think we're going to do it. We're going to take the gamble. This might hurt us. It might pay off brilliantly for us here. We're going to buy this one now if we can. We can't because he doesn't accept cash, which is a little bit frustrating. So why don't we buy this one for the 3%? Do it. Okay, done. We've got him. Then we run back into here with, 5 or 6 minutes left, so we've got a bit of time. And then we put Joaquin Blasquez in there. And we hope that this pays off for us. Otherwise, we've just bought a goalkeeper that is a DMP goalkeeper at the moment in his L15 that then could DMP on us, and it's going to kill our chance to score really well here. If it does pay off, then it's going to look great, but if it doesn't pay off, we've also got, you know, like an under 23 goalkeeper we can sit on. So let's do it. Let's be brave. Fortune favors the brave, right? Doesn't it? We hope. Cap 220. Our Cap 220 rare, has it been done now properly? Where is it? Need to double check that we have, after all that we do have the team. There we go. Yeah. So, yeah. If he doesn't play this weekend, it's going to be a real shame, because it then means we're probably going to miss out on a good score in Cap 220 the month long. But at the same time, I think I'd prefer just to invest in a younger goalkeeper, someone we can just hold on to rather than that. 30, he's a clear backup that's coming in for one game week, and then he's going to be back on the bench again. So if we're going to have a backup type goalkeeper, we might as well have a younger one. Hopefully he's not the backup. Hopefully he actually can, he has a chance to prove why he should be starting this Joaquin Blázquez. Prediction from the Mexican side, they say Blázquez will play. I hope they're right. Yeah, I hope they're right, because then we've got a goalkeeper with an L15 a 0 that will then have a really low L15 potentially after this game week. Yeah, we've done it anyway. So 4 minutes to go, guys, until the game week starts. So let's just double check everything. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Now, the Cap 220 we have is this one here with the captaincy on Morales. So we hope that he doesn't have the Friday curse, but he could do it. He could get it. And then if he does, it's not going to hurt our chances in the Cap 240 rare. It will just hurt our chances in the month long. But I like this team. I think this team's actually pretty good. And then Cap 240, we're taking a little bit of a gamble because we think that Haddish and I might not play, but we want to try and play this stack as much as we can. And if all of these guys play, then we have a really good chance, I think, of doing well in Cap 240 Limited. Cap 270 is our throwaway team. Hold on a minute. Yeah, okay. And then, yeah, our Cap 240 rare is now this one with Kadri as the captain. I'm so glad that we made that change, because I think that that change could be the difference between us hitting the threshold and not hitting it. If Morales has a bit of a bad game tonight. And then our Cap 220 rare is this one here with Blázquez in there now. So we actually have 38 points left over, but we don't need to use it. We're happy with that team. And then our All-Star rare, which is kind of like another kind of priority team, is this one here. But it's a little bit of a punty team because we don't have a starting goalkeeper anymore. Well, we do, but we don't have enough. Cool. I think that that is that is about as much as what we can do for the teams, the lineups, right? What we are going to do now is we're going to take a very... Oh, you've got the link as well. Thank you for putting the link in there. Yeah, I remember Macagno. He was brilliant, Macagno. He's now the new #1 at Newell's now. Newell's Old Boys. Yeah, and then this is their projected lineup. I'm not sure how much we trust this, but it's kind of nice to see. So thank you for providing that. All right, we're going to take a very quick breather here, a very quick break. It's the new deadline in about a minute's time. So all our lineups are good to go. We're going to take a very quick breather for about 5 minutes. And then when we come back, We're going to do more lineup building for the midweek. And then we're also going to look a little bit at Pooky. We're going to do some free tip scout fund coupons as well. So don't go anywhere, guys. Stay connected, but use the next 5 minutes or so to go and stretch your legs, get some food, go to the toilet, that kind of thing. So see you in a couple of minutes, guys. All right, guys, we're back again. How is everybody feeling about the weekend? Because there's often, like when a game week starts and the deadline's passed, there can often be that feeling of, oh shit, like have I made the right decision or not? Or you might spot something after the deadline on Sorare, and you might be like, oh no, like why did I not check that? Why did I not see that before the start of the game week? So is anybody is anybody feeling any regret or shame already? Like 2 minutes, well, not 2 minutes, actually 9 minutes after the game week started. Nervous with Argentina and Peru being back. Worried about the DMPs. I am a little bit too, yeah. Especially about Peru. Peru's quite a difficult league to avoid the DMPs with, as I'm sure you know, FIFA, right? There's loads of good players in there, but it's a league that is always carrying a bit of a risk that players will DMP or the coverage will drop a little bit. We still don't need to do rivals at the moment. This is the new game week. Game week 446, right? I haven't really had a look at it, so I don't know whether we can put a team out for it in the midweek or not. I don't know if we can put a rare one out anyway. What have we got? We've got Hervey Kofi, of course, right? That's good. Hervey Kofi. We have Leonardo Morales as well. Wow. And Eric Bocat. Okay. And Kadri and Grigic as well. Ah, we can put a team out for this here. Brilliant. All right, so this isn't a good fixture for Kadri. Let's say we'll do Grigic for now, then Maxi in there, and then Bocat for 52. Wow, guys, we can actually put out a team in the midweek for Rare Threshold, and it's actually a semi-decent team as well. Would give the captaincy to Morales there. That's pretty good, no? I love that we have Maxi because Maxi's allowed us to do that. Great. We technically also have Jacqueline Blasquez. So if he does actually start this weekend, this could look like a masterstroke because we then have a goalkeeper potentially for the midweek as well. Although we wouldn't have a forward. Well, we would, but we could do it for limited instead, couldn't we? Captain 40. Let's have a little look. Okay, so let's assume that he's going to play. Okay, we've got Kaminsky. We've got Aylman as well. He done pretty well in his first game back in Argentina. Then we have Matty Godin. And then we would have Issa Kabor, who's playing for Burkina Faso. I traded to a hashtag split stack like 3 or 4 weeks ago. I want to see them prove themselves in the Challenger Europe. It's a good team to have, good stack to have, definitely. Is it the first game week for you, Rocco, that you're using them in this weekend? Well, good luck, man. Please let me know how you get on with them, because I'd be interested to hear. They have a difficult game, right? Against Rijeka, but it's at home at least, isn't it? I think that's pretty much all we can do. I think we can only do for the midweek. We can't enter a team for All-Star Rare. We can't enter a full one for All-Star Rare Plus either. We can't even enter one for Cap 220 Rare because we don't have enough limited goalkeepers anymore. Seeing as we just sold a load of limited cards. We can't, well, we could put out a team for Cap 220 limited, right? Surely we could. So we could do Allison at home against Chelsea, which is really difficult. And then we could do... It looks like we're running out of defenders here, though. Matias de los Santos we could probably put in there and hope that he plays there. Lagonga could come in here as the extra midfielder. And then we could do Carlton Morris here. And then we have 80 to spend. Let's put Chadley in there for now as well. Continue. So our main team is unaffected in the Prem Winter Special, and then this team is affected by 2. Which means that we could do that. And then we could do that there. Okay. And then our All-Star team, we don't have enough to put out for All-Star, so we can just delete that one. So it's looking like Cap 220 limited, Cap 240 limited, and then Cap 240 rare for the midweek, which isn't too bad at all. Let me open up some free Tip Scout Fund coupons now to liven the chat up a little bit. Hello to Mark Gork as well, man. How's it going, Mark? You might have already seen in your Twitch inbox that you won a card from yesterday. So well done, man. If you haven't seen it, then you did win. So, yeah, you have a message waiting for you in Twitch from me. If you have responded back to me, then I haven't had a chance to see it because I've been too busy, but I will be checking them after this stream. I can't remember what you won, actually. I gave away 30 cards, so I can't remember all 30. Yeah, if we'd have given away like only 3, I would of course remember. But we gave away 30, so I honestly can't remember. I'd have to check it after the stream on the little spreadsheet that I've got. In fact, to be fair, I could tell you now. I could tell you now. Let me dive a bit back. Because what I do is I add the winners from yesterday into the last winners tab here. So then if we find you on here, I can tell you. You won Marcus Pink. You won the limited card of Marcus Pink. So we've had to find a player from Roku. Roku, as I said, I want to find a good Champion America goalkeeper for like 16 euros. Okay. Well, this is very easy then to do. In fact, this is super easy because I'm assuming that you was not on the stream yesterday, no? Roku. And I bought myself a Champion America goalkeeper in rare yesterday, and it's who I'm going to be recommending, or at least suggesting you look at too. And it's Alexander Dominguez here. He's £12.55 average. He has a £17 floor. He's the #1 goalkeeper in Sorare at the moment for scoring. He's the #1 at Quito. This guy gives you midweek utility, so you can use him in the South American equivalent of the Champions League, which again, of course, gives you that midweek utility. He also is the starter, not all the time, but most of the time for the national team as well, Ecuador. So, yeah, this guy here. If you didn't want to look at this guy, if you wanted to look at an alternative, then there are some other good alternatives as well. But this is the standout option, in my opinion. Oh, there's no similar players. Look, there's no similar players to Dominguez, but another good option would be Macagno now. So Ramiro Macagno, he's quite expensive though at £20. Yeah, but he's another good one because he's the new #1 at Newell's Old Boys, and he's great. You could also look at Patrick Zubsuk, who's only £7.28, and he's fantastic. So Patrick Zubsuk as well you could look at. There's a couple there. They're a good starting point. You could also look at the one more. Who's that really good Brazilian goalkeeper that's playing for, I think he's playing for Palmeiras, isn't he? I always forget his name. He's probably going to be too expensive, though. He's not going to be able to... Is it Weatherton? It is Weatherton, isn't it? Yeah. He's actually... You know what? He's actually not that expensive. He's not as expensive as I thought. Weatherton. So he's £15 at the moment. And his track record for Palmeiras kind of speaks for itself. Yeah, so you've got a couple there to get started, Roku. But the main one I'd recommend would be Dominguez, yeah. Right. Let's head over to Pooky really quickly. Because what we need to do on Pooky, we have 6 energy left over, and we have some games to play still. So what we can do is we can check out whether the odds have changed at all since we made those predictions, and if they have, then we can update the prediction to get more points out of them. If you want to play this game, you should be playing it. 100%, everybody should be playing this game. You can play it for free, and you can win a lot of money playing it. And it takes 2 minutes of your time, and you don't need to have any knowledge of the leagues or anything at all either. So start playing it now, because they are going to make a change in the future, which I think is going to not make it as easy to win. Yeah, they've already come out and said that effectively. In fact, let's bring that up. Let's go onto the blog here. Here we go. Look, this was a blog, which a new blog update from them, which was released yesterday. We're going to just run through it, and I'm going to explain to you why you should be playing Pooky now before they make the changes that they're going to make. So, exciting times ahead. It's the next chapter of Pooky's journey. What they're working on at the moment is a mobile-first experience. So, Pooky is going to have a mobile app, which is they're building on right now. So, that's going to be really cool. And that's going to be coming really soon. A seamless Web3 player experience. So, you know, some of the obstacles, the crypto obstacles that people had in Sorare before Sorare put the cash wallet into the game. Pooky are looking to make the game a lot easier to understand and get playing straight away. So you don't have to know about wallets and like crypto and all that sort of stuff. They're going to make it so that's much more back end, and that you're then just focusing on playing the game, and all of that crypto complication is kind of happening behind the scenes, and you don't even need to notice it. Also, energy equity. I don't quite really understand this one. They've talked about developing a fair system to bridge the gap between predicting one league and two. addressing the challenges with a mobile app, ensuring accessibility for all levels of players without disrupting the game balance. I really don't know what this means at all. I don't know what this means. I'd love to get more information on it. If anybody has more information on it, then let me know. But I know what they're saying. I don't really understand why they're saying it or what it actually entails. Like, what are the ins and outs of it? Because I think what they're almost saying is that they want more people to be able to predict more than one league. And in order to predict one league, everyone can predict one league with 100 energy, but then to get an additional 100 energy to predict the second league, there's quite a big gap there between doing that, because you would need to collect a lot more Pokeballs, you would need to level them up. So they maybe think it's taking too long, or it's too difficult for a lot of managers to make the difference between 100 and 200. So maybe they're going to find a way to make it easier. I don't know. Is it smart to always predict high scores like 4-1? So if one game week ends 4-1, you get a lot more points for exact score than if you get 2 times 1-0. Yeah. Yeah. Sorare paid me out, so is it best to buy a ball now or wait for the new game week? Get a new ball now. Yeah. Get one now so you can get involved in the game week this weekend. Yeah, I'm with you, Thomas. Yeah. Because I've got, the amount of energy that I've got is 230, 240. And it's taken me a lot of Pokeballs and a lot of leveling up just to get to 240, right? So if you imagine, I'm only 40 more than the 200. I've been playing the game for the past 6 or 7 months now. And we've invested quite a bit of money into the game as well. So they're probably thinking to themselves that the frustration for users is that they want to be able to do 2 leagues, but it's taking too long. It's also taking too much investment to be able to get the energy to do 2 leagues. So they are thinking or proposing they're going to make it easier or fairer. I don't know. I don't quite know. They haven't given the specifics of it, but they're looking at a way to make it so that more managers can predict 2 leagues rather than just being stuck at only really predicting 1 and not having another 100 energy to then predict the second league. So yeah, I get what they're saying. I just don't quite understand, like you, Thomas, like, what does that mean? Like, how are they going to do it? So yeah, we have to wait and see what they're going to say. This is really important. This is really important. Okay. So I want everybody to listen up here. This is so important because when I read this in the blog, this basically signaled to me that Pooky are very aware of what we are doing, and there's nothing wrong with what we're doing when we're playing Pooky, but they are very aware that you literally do not need to have any knowledge to play this game and be successful at this game. You don't need to spend any time, realistically, to win a lot of money in this game, right? The way that we're doing it is we are winning so much money every week with 1 minute of our time, and we are not spending any time looking into the games at all, that it's actually almost too good. It's almost too easy. And what they almost want to be doing is they want to be incentivizing that if you put the time in and if you really are accurate with your predictions, then you should be rewarded better, right, for your time compared to someone like me that spends 1 minute, does whatever score, and then ends up getting more than the guys that do get some really good, accurate, exact scores, right? So listen up, because I cannot stress this enough. I think we're going to see a change in Pooky from this paragraph here, which is going to make it much more difficult to do what we're doing at the moment, right? And I mentioned it earlier, that almost what the game needs is that you get a much bigger bonus to getting an exact score. Like, if you can just win so much from not getting the exact scores, which is kind of what we're doing, we've discovered almost a loophole that we're not really trying to get loads of exact scores. In fact, we're trying to get very few of them when it actually should be the other way round. We should be trying to get more of those exact scores, really. They should be finding a way to reward managers more for their skill and their knowledge. And that's what they've said here. So I think what I'm telling everyone here is that take advantage of the gameplay and the current game format of Pooky now, where you can literally just predict whatever. And you can still get into the top 50% really easily, and you can win even top 10 prizes from 1 minute of your time. I am absolutely sure that them mentioning this here means that they are going to tweak the current game so that it's not as easy to do what we're doing. So please take advantage of it now. I keep saying it. This is why I keep promoting Pooky, because it's almost like robbing the bank at the moment. It's too good. It's so good that you have to take advantage of it before it changes, right? What they say here is that they're going to be redefining the game mechanics to reward skill and knowledge. Two things that we are not doing right now on Pooky, yet we are absolutely being rewarded for not having skill, for not having knowledge at all. And they do need to make it so that you get more rewarded for having more skill at predicting things more accurately, and for the knowledge that you have about certain leagues, right? They're going to be focusing on enjoyable gameplay, where strategic decisions enhance competition, keeping the raw prediction skills at the core. One particular feature they're looking at is consumables, which I don't know how I feel about that until I actually get more information about that. But yeah, they have no extra details. They're just kind of giving you guys a heads up. And then there's going to be a seasonal boost update, and there's going to be a fundraiser, as in they've got more investment into the game from more investors. So all very, very good. But take advantage, guys. I can't stress it enough. I can't stress it enough. If you're not playing Pooky right now, what on earth are you doing? What on earth are you doing? You should be playing Pooky today. If you love football, if you're already playing Sorare, you should be playing Pooky, because if you're not playing it now, probably in a few months' time, they're going to make these changes to the game, which are going to make it so that you probably can't win as easily and as often as what we are doing. So get involved right now. Start playing it. Play for free. The link is in the chat. Start jumping on the streams more, seeing what we're doing. It's a winning strategy where we're winning a lot of money each game week, and start doing the same whilst you can. What does everybody think about the blog on Pooky? What's everyone's thoughts there? Is it a win or is it a loss for you guys there? Yeah, I was thinking the same, Thomas. I'm also very keen to understand what they're going to do, because they've hinted at a lot, and a lot of it sounds very good. But if they're going to redefine the game mechanic, then it will. That sounds like changing how you play the game, right? Quite significantly. And if they want to try and reward skill and knowledge more, then it does make me think what you've just said there, that maybe like capping the amount of times that you can say that you can predict 3-1 or 2-1 or whatever it is, right? But then at the same time, my kind of opinion of that is that if I want to put all 2-1, then technically I should be able to put all 2-1, because you could get a situation, very unlikely, right? But you could get a situation where all the games are, like theoretically, all the games could be exactly the same score. The odds of that happening are so low that it would probably never ever happen. But theoretically, you should be able to allow your players to play the game based on the theoretical possibilities that every game could be 2-1. So then you should be able to put 2-1 for every game, right? I think what they should do, this is just my opinion of it, right? Let's bring up Pooky as well. I think what you should get, okay, I think what you should get is that I think you should get an additional bonus for the amount of exact scores that you get. So, for example, you already get a bonus, right? You already get a boost to your exact score. So here, if I predicted 1-1, then I would get an additional 9% for getting that exact score, right? I think what the game should do is they should give you like an additional bonus to your total game week score based on the number of exact scores that you've got. So, for example, if you got 2 exact scores in a game week, then it will give you an additional, say, 5% to your total score at the end of the game week. If you got, say, 3 exact scores from the game week, then it would give you, say, an additional 7% or whatever it is, right? And then so on and so forth. If you got like 4 or 5, they would give you like a scaled tier to the bonus that you got. Because then in that sense, then that immediately then would prevent me and stop me from doing all 1-1. Because then I would think, well, I know deliberately that a lot of these games are not going to be 1-1. And so then I need to think, well, if there's that bonus that I can get from the exact score, like the bonus almost extra multiplier, then I need to be really trying to think, what do I think that game can actually be so I can try and target that exact score bonus, right? So that's what I would do. That's one of the things that I would do if they wanted to reward more skill and more knowledge, is that the players out there take the time to look into the games and really analyze them and really look into the stats and try to put together the most accurate prediction, then get rewarded even more when they are accurate. And then it almost prevents and stops lots of predictors from just kind of doing what we're doing without any consequence, because there's no consequence here at all for us doing this here. Like, there's no downside for us to do it. And technically, there probably should be, because you should be thinking, I should be thinking, I need to try and get as many exact scores as I can. But I'm not really thinking that. I'm just thinking it doesn't really matter if we don't get these exact scores. We just need to get a few exact scores, and then we need to just be right with our under 2.5 predictions in most of the other ones, right? What do you guys think? Imagine you spend hours of analyzing games only to finish behind someone who predicted the same score of all games in 2 minutes. Smickers, this is what's been happening. This is what's been happening. Is that we used to, and I do enjoy spending like hours, for example, diving into the stats of all the games. And the guys in the chat will tell you that we were doing it a lot. We were spending like 2-3 hours each stream, like looking into the stats, looking into the odds, trying to analyze the odds and what they're telling us, and looking into all the different markets, right? You have no idea how many things we were looking at to try and put a very accurate prediction together. And we could spend 2-3 hours doing it, and we were actually coming away in many cases with far less than what we were getting from doing a strategy like this, where, in fact, this isn't a good example, but let's go and show you. Let's go back to game week 61, right? Where we finished 10th in the German league, okay? 10th in the German league, and we don't have an epic ball. We don't have a legendary ball. We've only got a rare ball. So 10th in the German league with a rare ball is a big achievement. And we finished 10th because it took 1 minute of our time to literally do 3-2 for every single game. And the 2 3-2s that we got correct, because it's such a difficult score to predict and it's such a rare score to happen, it means you get more points for it. And so then the 2 that we got boosted us so far up the leaderboard. And then the additional kind of points that we got from the rest of the games meant that we smashed everybody else. Or we smashed like most of the other field. who probably took the game seriously, and we just took 1 minute to put 3-2 in for every game, thinking it doesn't really matter if we don't get everything correct, because it kind of doesn't. We just need to try and get 1 or 2 absolutely correct, and then we're going to be laughing. We won like £20 from 1 minute, 2 minutes of our time from doing this. So, and I think this is what, maybe we're to blame for this, right? But I think this is probably what Pooky's spotting and what they're seeing from their users, is that their users know that they don't need to try and target lots of exact scores. And actually, it should be a game where you're trying to target as many exact scores as you can, and you should be rewarded for more exact scores. If somebody gets 2 exact scores, but they end up outscoring you significantly, but you've got, say, 6 exact scores, right? And I finish 10th, and then that person finishes like, I don't know, 20th or whatever. It doesn't really incentivize to try and be as exact and as accurate as like you should be. If anything, and it just encourages you to just do what I'm doing, which is just try and hit some big scores with a few games, which will then give you what you need to outscore the really accurate predictors in the game. That's what I said. Correct score bonus. What do you disagree with, Mark Gork? Imagine getting to know the Spanish league. Well, I'd like to know what you disagree with. What's your opinion on it, Mark Gork? Because I do think that you should be rewarded more for getting more exact scores. That's the hardest thing to do. Everyone should put whatever predictions they want. If you want to go 3-2 every game, it's completely fine. Yeah, I agree with that. I think you should be able to put whatever scores you want in there. But what I'm saying is that I think that there should be an additional bonus you get from the more exact scores that you get. So somebody that really takes the time to be super accurate should really be rewarded more for that skill and knowledge than somebody like me that just puts like the same score in 1 or 2 minutes, which you should be able to do. But then there should be a disadvantage slightly for doing that, because I'm not really trying to target as many exact scores, right? And I'm not even trying to be accurate. I'm just trying to be accurate in as few as I can that are then going to give me a bigger boost. And there's an argument to say, well, this is one way to play the game, and then there's a different way to play. But in just general betting, traditional betting, right? The name of the game is to try and get your predictions absolutely correct, right? I think that there should be some kind of an additional incentive to try and get those exact scores, because then if there is, I think that I would do still 3-2 every now and then, because I might just fancy it. But then I might also be thinking, well, can I really afford to miss out potentially on an additional 5% total bonus to my scoring by not trying to be as accurate as I can with my predictions? And I think it would definitely give me something else to think about, where I think, well, maybe I need to try and really target the exact score, because that is the holy grail of predicting. When you can absolutely nail an exact score, maybe I need to try and get more by trying to be as accurate as I can, rather than just forgetting entirely about the exact score and just trying to get a couple of exact scores. But if there was a correct score bonus, you would still be winning with 3-2. That's true, but it wouldn't incentivize me. So basically, what I'm saying here is that, would I still do 3-2 for every game if I knew that I could get, say, an additional 5% to my scoring if I correctly predicted more? I don't think I would. I don't think I would as much, because I'd be thinking, well, getting just an additional 5% or whatever the percentage is from getting more accurate predictions could be then the difference between getting the higher positions, right? Because then if more people are getting that 5%, and if I'm not, then it could kind of hurt my chances to get the higher position. So It wouldn't change anything. You need exacts to come up in these competitions anyway. No, I don't think you understand, Mark, my point here. I don't think you understand my point. So I don't think you understand it. So what I'm saying is, I would I do the 3-2 all the time if there was an additional bonus I could get from getting more exact scores? I don't think I would do it all the time. I don't. Because I think that I might want to target in certain game weeks, I think I might want to target the bigger bonus for the exact score. Now, it depends on the bonus, right? So if they made the bonus really powerful, then I think I would absolutely probably scrap this entirely and then just try and target. Because for example, right, like here, where was it? Like, where was it? This one here. So the Bayern Munich versus Bremen game, did I actually think that was going to be 3-2? No, I didn't think it was going to be 3-2 at all. And it wasn't at all, right? But because I knew it wasn't going to be 3-2, but I still put 3-2 in. So this is the point I'm making, is that, and I think this is what they've seen, is that they know that certain users are not even trying to target what they think the game can be. They're literally just trying to target a prediction that they think will give them a big amount of points. And it's not really rewarding those that do take the time to really think about the exact score and put together the exact score. With the potential 779.4 points comes potential 0 points. It does indeed, yeah. It is very attractive to do this kind of strategy. I love this strategy where we just try and win big, but we try and win big with fewer exact scores, right? So I love this. Like, it's so cool when you try and do the opposite of what the league probably should have. So when we were looking at the Argentinian league, right? One of the things that we should have maybe done, and we might do it next week, is that rather than just trying to target all the draws, all like a low score under 2.5 draw in the Argentinian league, one of the things we probably should do, if we want to try and win big, but not as often, so not being as accurate with our predictions, is we should do something like a 3-2 in the Argentinian league, where we just put every game at 3-2. But again, it comes back to the point I'm making. It comes back to the point that they talked about in the blog. And again, this is the key phrase here, redefining the game mechanics to reward skill and knowledge, right? Simply putting in 3-2 in every single game or whatever it is, right? Or 1-1, it doesn't reward the skill or knowledge, because I have no skill or no knowledge to do 1-1, 1-1, 1-1 everywhere, right? So this is why we're talking about it, because they obviously think that you should be rewarded more for trying to almost look at the games individually and think, I actually think that is going to be 1-1, but I think this one's going to be 1-0. I think this one's going to be 2-0 or something. So that then you're more incentivized to try and target the exact scores and to do more research into the games, rather than just doing 1-1, 1-1, 1-1, 1-1, and then just coming away and still cleaning up, basically. I like it how it is, because it's so fun just to put, and it's so quick and easy to do. But I also think that, and I've said it before, this almost can't continue, because it's almost too good. It's almost too good just to spend 1 minute doing this and coming away still winning a lot of money, when you knew going into it doing this that you were probably only going to get 1 or 2 absolutely correct. And I wasn't even trying to target as many exact scores. So this is the point. This is the point, and I think this is why everybody should try to make the most of the current game before it changes and becomes a game that is then maybe rightfully rewarding more skill and more knowledge in how you predict on Pooky, because that's really what it should be. The best predictors out there should feel like they are rewarded more, and that it is a bigger incentive to try and be the most accurate predictor. Maybe one of the things they do as well So this is something we haven't talked about, but maybe one of the things that they do is they change the distribution of the prizes in boosted compared to the base as well. The only thing with that is it doesn't help Pooky to sell Pooky balls, and obviously they need to sell them, and so selling the Pooky balls and then having the boost from those Pooky balls is what is attractive, right? Because if you want to place really high up in the leaderboard, then ideally having the biggest, the most expensive Pokeball with the biggest boost in it is going to be what players are going to want to try and do to then place high up in a boosted leaderboard, right? At the moment, 90% of the weekly prize pool is paid out in the boosted leaderboard, and about 10% is paid out in the base leaderboard. And the base leaderboard, if you don't know, does not take into account your Pokeball bonuses at all. So this is literally the leaderboard where, for example, Val8Tips here, who finished top, he was the most accurate predictor for the game week based on he got the most amount of predictions correct, like exact scores and over 2.5, under 2.5 guesses. He was the most accurate. And there's no right or wrong with that. He was the best predictor, but he only gets 10% of the prize pool. So maybe that's something they look at, maybe shifting a bit more into that. But I don't think so, because it wouldn't really help them to sell more Pokeballs, more boosted Pokeballs. I'm not going to be. I'm not even going to try and explain anymore, I don't think. I think I've explained pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, sorry if you don't understand my point, but yeah, I'm just trying to explain that I think that the game at the moment is great. I really do. I think it's fantastic. But clearly, Pookie feel like there's room to make it a game that rewards the best predictors, right? And I think that if they were to introduce the collection bonus, or not collection bonus, but the exact score bonus or something like that, I think that's one way to better reward those best predictors. But it doesn't mean I'm changing my strategy. It just means that I think that's something that would give people a bit more pause for thought about whether they do just put the same score in every single game week. But it would depend on the number of the bonus they get. They tried to give incentive for trying to predict correct score with 10,000 for all games correct score. Yeah, they have. They have that in there already. I think the problem with that, though, it's very cool that that's there. And we can see it actually here. Look, if you correctly predict the scores of all games in a single match day, you can win $10,000, right? The problem with that is the reality of people doing that is very low, okay? Because you need to predict, I think, with a minimum, I think there needs to be like a minimum of 7. No, look, there has to be a minimum of 9 games in the match day. So if you think about it, you have to get 9 scores exactly correct to win $10,000. That is really, really, really difficult to do. And it's almost too difficult that I'm not even really considering that when I'm doing my predictions. I'm not thinking we can try and win the 10,000, because the reality is that as good as that is there, how many people realistically can do that? Not really many. And to be honest with you, you'd actually, if you are being really honest here, to correctly guess 9, if you were to correctly guess 9 scores exactly with a bookmaker, you would honestly be expecting to win more than 10,000, depending on the odds you get for it. It's actually almost impossible to do. They have what's called the Super 5, don't they? The Super 5, which I think is run on Sky. I think you have to correctly guess 5 scores, right? And you can win up to 250, is it? 250 or 200 grand or whatever. And that in itself, just to hit 5, is almost impossible to do. So imagine trying to hit nearly double that. it's very difficult. So they have something there to try and incentivize you to do the exact scores, but this isn't really an incentive that I think a lot of predictors every week are thinking about, because realistically, it's not something that you can achieve. But if you could achieve like an additional score to your game week score because you were trying to be more accurate, then I think that that would make people want to try and be a bit more accurate with their predictions overall. Should get the keys to the shop. You should, shouldn't you? If you correctly predict 9, they almost should just be like, here you go, you can take ownership of Pooky, and then you can earn all the profits, because getting 9 is so difficult. I don't think I've ever seen or heard anyone get so well. I have, but the odds to do it are so low. It's cool they have this, but realistically, I think it's going to be really difficult to do. The best way to do it, if you didn't know, the best way to do it is to literally predict a league like the German league, right? You only want to pick a league where there are only 9 games in it. You don't want to do a league like the Argentina league where there's 14 games in it, okay? Because then you have to correctly predict not 9, but you have to correctly predict all 14. So you don't want to predict any more than what you have to. What's the bare minimum? The bare minimum is 9. There's like a couple of leagues often that only have 9 games in the match day. The Bundesliga is one of them. I think also the Japanese league often tended to have 9 or so as well. So yeah, you literally just want to predict. If you want to have a go at this, you literally just want to pick a league that only has a maximum of 9, right? A maximum. If you try to do it in the Argentinian league, you don't then, if you got 9 correct, that isn't going to win you the 10,000, because you need to predict all of them correct in a league. So you don't want to be doing 14. You want to be picking a league that only has like 9. The German league has 10 this week, actually, but it's often had 9. How many does the French league have? The French league's got 9. So this is literally one of those leagues that you want to try and do it with if you want to try and win the 10,000. Because the minimum you need to get correct is 9, and you have to get all of the predictions correct 100% in the league to win the 10,000. So don't try and do more than 9. The minimum's 9. Just try and do 9. No, 9's the minimum, but you have to get all of them correct. Yeah, look. You only have to correctly predict the scores of all games in a single match day. It says it right there. Look, all games in a single match day. And then when you click in it and you go down, okay, there must be a minimum of 9 games in the match day. Every match day fixture must be predicted, and correct scores must be achieved in 100% of fixtures. So the minimum you have to do is 9, but you certainly don't want to do more than 9. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to do the Argentinian league, because then you have to get 14 correct, not 9. You want to do a league that only has 9 in it, and then you get all of those 9 correct, and then you've done it. Oh, that's it, isn't it? Yeah, this is Super 5, but it's the Super 6, isn't it? So yeah, if you haven't checked out the blog, then give it a read. It says that there are more details to come, so it's coming soon. So stay tuned. No, Arthur. You can't win. You can't win if you predict all correct scores in an 8-game match day. Has to be a minimum of 9. Has to be a minimum of 9. So if you predicted them all correct and there was in a league that only had like 8 games in it, you're not going to win. I mean, it'd be incredible if you'd done it, but you would be 1 game short. You need to have 9 in there. What we're going to do very quickly is we have the German League here. We are going to see if we can update any of our predictions for more points, which we can. This one's 452. This one's 768 here. Okay. Okay, this one's gone up. Hello to 40 marker. How you doing, man? Wow, this one's gone up a lot. So we need to update the ones which have gone up by a lot. Yeah, so this Hoffenheim one has gone up in points by 40 base points and then 59 boosted points. So we need to update that one, which we'll do. And then before we update the others, what we need to do is we need to go back into the Argentinian League because we can only update another 2. And we need to double check that there are, to see if there's any big changes to the scores that we can get here. If it's going down, it's fine, because it just means that we are getting the most amount of points from our prediction. But if we see a green arrow, we need to think about updating the prediction. So all of these are red at the moment, which is brilliant. We've done that one, didn't we? You landed in San Francisco. Wow, how cool is that? Just a friend. This is good. At the moment, this is really good. I was kind of expecting this because the draw outcome is so popular in the Argentinian League. Ooh, this one goes up by 6 points, actually. So we might need to do that one. Yeah, we need to update that one. This one, we can get an additional 6 points here, so let's update that one. And then we have 2 points left over. We go back into the German League here. And we can find the other ones that we were liking, like this one here goes up by an additional 11. So that's probably the one that we're going to do. That one goes up by like 1 point or something. That one goes up by 1 point. It's not worth it. This one goes up by an additional 6 here. Well, actually, an additional 7 or 8. 8, actually. Would have been good if we could have updated that one as well, but we don't have enough to do it. Just update. We haven't updated that one. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So let's update this one, because this one goes up by the most. So we're going to update that one. And then we're done. So now what we have to do is we have to wait until the games actually start, when they kick off. And then hopefully we can win more money just from putting the same score in on Pooky. Let's go back into Sorare for a little bit, quickly. Because we might want to do a rivals lineup. Is there a game which... There's a game which is happening at 5:30. Okay. Kaiserslautern versus Schalke. Kaiserslautern are not very good at the moment. So I think we do maybe want to do that one. Hanover Nuremberg's a bit tricky. Yeah, let's have a look at this one here. Yeah, Schalke all the way, I think. The goalkeeper as well is only 38, which is quite attractive. So we could do Farman there. Up front, we will do, where's he got? He gone? Taroda. And we could probably do Top as well. But we have to wait and see if Top's going to be in the starting lineup. A lot of you guys remember that I used to have the limited card of Top, but I sold him. So then Taroda. They're all quite low in their L15s as well. We'll put Blendy in there. And then defensively, we could do Kaminsky. Then we've got 44 here, which is actually a lot. That we could put Schallenberg in, who's brilliant. We could still put in Top. Oh, Kaminsky isn't playing, no? It's all right. We'll put him in for now. We're going to check it soon. I think we will enter this one, though. So what we could do, is we could look at the projection from the expert, right? And then try and base it off that. I mean, we're going to see the lineups confirmed soon anyway. But look, Top's not expected to start anymore. It's actually a lot different from what I was expecting. Yeah, it's a lot different. What would be your 5, Smickers? Now that you're a Schalke fan, what would be your best 5 here that you would pick? Farman, I would do Farman to Rodar. Then maybe Seguin. Then maybe one of these two here. Either Kalash or Merkin. But I'd love to hear what you would do. You would do Farman, Merkin, Seguin, Taroda, and one more. Yeah, pretty much what I just said there. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I like Merkin. Why don't we do that then? Let's see if we can do it in the rivals here, right? Clear the team. Then do Farman, Taroda, Merkin, who has 48. We could actually technically do Merkin and Kalash, really. So we could do Merkin, and then we could do Seguin here. Like that. And then we've got 42. So then we couldn't do, if we wanted to, we couldn't do, where's he gone? Kalash here at the top. Because he's 48. No, I could do that. You're right, but I want to go with Taroda because I trust Taroda more than Lasme. Got to go. Got load shedding in 55 minutes. Off to download FIFA Rebuilds to watch for 2 hours. No worries at all, man. Thank you, Arthur, for jumping in. As always, man, thank you for the support. So why don't we make a little bit of a switch here where keep Merkin in. We might need to, we're going to need to get like a 40 or a 30. Maybe we do 2 forwards like Lasme as well. That's what we could do. Go back. Let's close that as well. We don't need that. And then, okay. I think we do want to keep Seguin in, don't we? Baumgartel was an idea. First game after 10 games of a break. Want to make a comeback. Takes the corner kicks and free kicks. Origin as well. But can we afford him? We can't afford Thomas Origin. who's only 46, right? But we only have 42. I think I like this team at the moment. So then our option is literally what? Cedric Brunner or Lasme. What's going on with Henning Matriciani? He's the worst football player I ever saw. You know what? You know why I asked that, Smickers? Is because a really long time ago, it feels like a long time ago now. A really long time ago. I'm going to bring it up. We won Henning Matriciani. Here we go, look. We won him in game week 367. And I remember at the time, there were a lot of calls in the chat, in the channel, for me to keep this guy. And I remember saying, I am fucking not keeping this guy. He is a trash player. I think he is so bad as a defender. Don't rate him at all. I think I might have given him away rather than sold him. I think I gave him away. Did I give him away or did I sell him? No, apparently, look, I sold him. Apparently, I sold him. I was actually happy to get, look, I sold him for £1.33. And honestly, I was happy to sell him for £1.33 because when we won him, he was a tier 5. And we know that tier 5s are often 60p or less, right? And he was a tier 5 that I just think is rubbish as well. Yeah. He played in the under 23 tournament, didn't he? Last summer. And he didn't even look that convincing when I saw him then. So yeah, I'm glad we got rid of him. And it's so funny that you're saying he's the worst player you've ever seen because he's not that good. Bless him. He's lost all his hair. We can't be too hard on him. He's only 23 and he's already lost all his hair. He got screwed on the gene pool. His mum and dad gave him some shitty genes there. But yeah, he's a footballer, so. Yeah. He had a rough paper round. Yeah, he did, didn't he? He's lost all his hair. I don't think he's had hair since he's been like 21 or something, 2020. Check Baumgartel scores on Sorare data. Let's do it then. Baumgartel. Oh, I remember this guy's face, actually. Yeah, I remember looking at him. I don't really know too much about him. But let's go back. His AA is not too bad. Can't quite, he doesn't tend to kind of really hit super high. I was playing for Union Berlin, wasn't he? Yeah. Who are we going to put in? I think by the time we've taken to think this out, I think the lineups are probably going to be out soon, aren't they? Let's just do Brian for now. Let's do that. I think we are going to enter this one. And then I kind of want to give the captaincy to Teroda because I have a feeling that Teroda could hit a couple of goals here. Let's leave it on Teroda for now. Let's do Gegenpress here as well. There we go. Done. And then, like usual, the prediction, the lineup that we just done, we don't see immediately, but then we can see it here. And I think in the next, within the next 20 minutes or so, we should get the confirmation of the lineup and then we can make a tweak to it if we feel like doing it. Let's also enter the arena as well. Sometimes I forget to do that. We're on a streak at the moment. We're trying to hit 10 wins in a row. We're currently at number 1. So it'd be good if we can get past number 1 and make this number 2. And then I think we're going to do a couple of other games as well today. I'll probably do those after the stream. I'll put them in. I don't think I'll do them now. The thing with Rivals for me is that if I can still enter lineups for this game mode, like up until 1 minute or a few seconds before the game starts, then all the planning to put the lineup hours in advance before doesn't really seem worthwhile, because you can just log in and just kind of do your lineup once you have the lineups confirmed, right, in real life, and then just do it that way. So yeah, maybe that's a good thing or a bad thing, but at the moment I could be thinking about what lineups I could do for Frankfurt, what lineups could I do for Almeria, or I could just wait until they're announced and then I can just figure it out then, no? And that's what I usually do with rivals as well. All right. Is there anything else you guys want us to cover or want us to do here at the moment? We've done a lot. Just want to know whether you guys have anything you want us to cover or look at before we end the stream. Technically, what's going on here? Okay. Like, is there anything you guys have questions on Pooky, for example, or Sorare, or players, or competitions, or anything? Like, you've got 5 minutes basically to ask me stuff if you want to. Hello to Madar. I'm going to shoot off to the pub for a few bevs. It's never just a few, is it? But I like that you're off to the pub, man. So Connor, enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself, man. I'm not even going to tell you to take it easy. A few beers on a Friday night is often a mad one, a messy one. So have fun, man. Have fun. Yeah, you probably did come a little bit late. That's right, though. We've got like 5 minutes or so. Just asking the chat whether there's anything that we need to go through that they want to go through. Otherwise, we can just end the stream early. We've already done our lineups for the next game week, the midweek game week. Have you seen anything about Starks? I have. They also approached me. They approached me and they asked me whether I was interested in looking at the game and maybe covering it and maybe doing some kind of a collab. And I actually said to them, no, I'm not interested in it. And I had a little look at it. It's very targeted at the moment to like the Italian markets, right? It might be something that I look at again in the future, but one of the things that's really important to me is that I do want to cover more games, and I'd love to talk and do content for more games, right? But the one thing I'm definitely not going to do ever is I'm not going to cover games that I don't 100% believe in. And I believed in Sorare, which is why I started to cover it. I believe in Pooky, which is why I cover it. I cover other games as well, like we've done Football Manager in the past before, because I believe in it. I trust it. It's a fun game. I think it's a game that I'd be more than happy to show and put my name behind, right? But I'm not going to start covering games that I have question marks on, because then all that does is that it then makes me look like an idiot. And I will never promote or talk about games on the stream that I just don't think are worth the time, or that I don't trust, or that I'm not convinced on yet, you know? So Starks kind of has potential, but I'm not convinced by it at the moment. I'm not convinced by its staying power, you know? And I think I would need to see a bit more from them around, like, I'd need to understand more about what they're going to do to branch out into the wider market, because it's such a competitive marketplace this now, Web3 football games, right? That if you look at any project and you think, how is that better than some of the things that I've seen out there? And if you honestly look at it and you're like, it's not, then I don't know how it's got the staying power to compete against, you know, games like a Sorare or an Ultimate Champions, or some of the other games that are out there as well, like Pooky, for example, right? I don't believe in it in the staying power. As in, when I look at that game, I don't think that game at the moment can compete with the other games that we have in the market right now. I think it looks interesting, but there's almost like so many of these other kind of games that are like a dime to the dozen, and it needs to be special. It needs to have something which says to me that that is its unique selling point, and that's why I should be looking at that game. And when I looked at stocks, I didn't get that feeling from it. I was like, this doesn't feel or doesn't look like it's anything that I haven't seen before in the current game economy, and it doesn't look like it stands out enough. It doesn't look like it has enough to, be the next big game in this area at the moment. And I hope I'm wrong, but I don't see it at the moment. Have you done your Ultimate Champs lineups? No, I haven't. And I'm so glad that you've just asked that. Thank you, Noisy Steve. I put an autofill together yesterday, but then I was meaning to remember to do it, and I completely forgot until you just mentioned it. Completely forgot. Lasme isn't playing top is. Okay. But then thank you for that. We're going to make the change here. I'm glad that Top's playing, I have to be honest with you. I think he's a very good player. Let's take Lasme out. And then let's put Top up here, which is a bit of a risky strategy because we're then going to be running with two forwards, which is not great unless you think that both forwards can score really well. Continue. Taroda should score against Kaiserslautern. I might change the captaincy, but for now, I think Taroda, I want to give him the captaincy for now. Let's go over to Ultimate Champions because Noisy Steve just reminded me of it. It kicks off soon, no? In 39 minutes, yeah. Wow. Thank you, Noisy Steve. So I've done an autofill, but I actually think I want to give this a bit of a proper go and then just do the autofill for the tournament. So let's clear the team. Funny enough, yesterday, this is amazing. I love Ultimate Champions for this, right? Yesterday, when I collected my rewards, I had enough of the MGC coins to buy another jumbo pack. So I went into the store. I scrolled down to the second page here. And then I bought another jumbo pack, right? And then the jumbo pack, if you don't know, you need to have a minimum collection score of 20. I have a collection score of about 90 now. But I had 80 yesterday. And in here, you have a 10% chance to win an epic card, which is like the rare cards, basically, in Sorare. And I packed an epic. And it wasn't just any epic, it was the starting goalkeeper for Port Vale, which was amazing. I'll show you now. This is the guy, look, Connor Ripley. So I won him, I unpacked him in the pack, and he's a starting goalkeeper for Port Vale. Pretty amazing, right? The free-to-play in Ultimate Champions is always been very, very good. And for stuff like that, where I've just been able to grind out enough coins, and then I got lucky to then pack him or pull him in a pack, should I say. Amazing, because I can now sell this guy if I wanted to for about $20. He's roughly about $20, which from a free-to-play experience is brilliant. It's so good. I was tempted to do it, but I'm also at the point now where all of these cards, if you didn't know, all of these cards here, I have won. Apart from Garuti. I bought Garuti, but then the other cards, every single other card here, I have won free to play. I've not spent any money on any of these other guys here. And I've got 3 goalkeepers, look. Connor Ripley, Friedel, and then I've got Alexander Vulic. I've got 3 goalkeepers, essentially, that I've picked up for free, just from grinding free to play. If you want to give this game a go and you're not playing it, you can do so. I'll give you the link as well. The link will give you a free, one of these free purple cards, which are the epic cards in Ultimate Champions. You get one free when you use the link in the chat, and then you spend £20 in the game. You'll get a free card with that. And of course, it helps to support the channel too. So one of the reasons I didn't sell Connor Ripley is because when you get to a collection score of 100, you can then just be dropped free cards from the game. So it says here they have this hold as first program. You need to have a collection score of 100 or more. And then if you do, you have a chance where the game will just randomly give you a card like this one here, like any of these here. So I'm 10 away now from having that chance, right, where I can kind of win cards just from keeping a collection. So that's why I'm not going to get rid of him. I'm just going to try and get an additional card now to get to 100, and then we can see if we can get lucky where we get airdropped more cards, which would be great. I think this is a really good idea. Really good idea. I think it works really well, not with champions. But anyways, let's go back. We need to line up build. There's Connor Ripley that we've just won. Well, not won, but we just pulled from the pack. Who have we got here? Okay. Oh, we've got some difficult choices, but I think Aoni needs to go in here for Rapid. Rapid Bucharest, and he has a game away against the 15th place team. So let's do that. And then we have Luke O'Neill, who's brilliant. So he needs to go in. Frankie Kent's actually really good, but he's been a bit poor recently. Sangante is very good, but I don't like his fixture. This guy is usually very good, so we could put him in. Then maybe what we could do is we could maybe back Frankie Kent to do better. Bradley Loco's doing good, but he's up against PSG next, which is horrible. Frankie Kent has a home game against Aberdeen. So he's been struggling over the last two games, but if he can get back to what I know he can do, he could be really good this game week. Do we pick Sangante? Oh, we could do a Rougeau. A Rougeau would probably be better. Let's do a Rougeau who has a home game against Villarreal. And then midfielder-wise, we've got Luke O'Neill again, but we're already playing his defender card. Wow, this guy is just coming off the score of 358, which is epic. This guy is also coming off a score of 352. Florian Wirtz has been scoring really badly, but he's got a home game against Gladbach. We need to pick him. And then we also need to pick Suit as well. After a while, you kind of get used to the players that you pick generally. That being said, like Harrison Burrows is a good one. I tend to pick him quite a bit. Let's put Harrison Burrows in here. And then we could do a 4-3-3. I don't tend to do 4-3-3, but I did just also pull Robert Lewandowski in a pack yesterday. He's been scoring poor, Lewandowski. Ferran Torres is the form player at the moment. What we could do is we could do Lewandowski, Torres, and then somebody like Coman. Which could be quite dangerous, actually. Why don't we give that a go? So let's do 4-3-3. And then we can do Coman, Torres, and then we could do Lewandowski. You've never seen this game before. It's similar in a way to Sorare. It's the same kind of game where you pick a lineup, and then you pick your best lineup, and then they score points based on how they do in real life. And they have a different scoring matrix in this game, but it's the same kind of principle that they get scored for interceptions and tackles and passes and all that sort of stuff. The big difference really between Sorare and Ultimate Champions is that Sorare, well, Ultimate Champions covers different leagues, right? So they've historically covered lower level leagues than Sorare have. Sorare have kind of gone out and got all the top leagues, right? So they've kind of monopolized that. Whereas Ultimate Champions have historically tried to get the lower level leagues. So you'll find there's like League One, League Two players in here. There's Championship. And then there's also like loads of more obscure leagues as well. But the big difference you can see too is that it's not 5-a-side, it's 11-a-side. You can change the formations as well, so you're not rigid with the types of players that you can pick. Like here, we just thought, well, it might be better if we pick 3 forwards rather than 2, and so the game allows you to do that quite nicely. Plus, there's also subs as well, and it's automatic subs. So if somebody doesn't play, then they get automatically subbed out, and then whoever's on the bench here that can go into that position will then give you points. So you can't really DNP. You can still, right? But there's a lot less DNP pain in Ultimate Champions compared to Sorare. So check it out. Also, thank you to Antoine X as well. Wow, what a surprise to see you. It has been a long time, hasn't it, man? Thank you incredibly for the 12 months, man. That's incredible support. Good to see you back in here. How's things going, man? Let's pick a defender here, like a backup defender. And then what we're going to do is we're going to autofill the rest of the positions just because it's just nice and easy to do. Bradley Loco's in great form, but he has a really horrible game. The one thing that I don't like about Ultimate Champions, and I've been very vocal about that, is that the UI is a bit clunky and it's not very quick. Like here, we are just waiting for the game to load the further players that we've got. Like we shouldn't have to wait this long. Look, it's kind of stuck. And that's just one example. It's very clunky. It's not very optimized, actually. So they need to spend some time over the next few months really trying to look. It's kind of like it's just stalled on us, basically. Let's go to the midfielders instead. See if we can break it. Look, we sort of scroll down and now it brings it up, but every now and then that loading kind of gets a bit locked in. So if they can improve stuff like that, the game will be a lot better. Spear rings, let's do that. Here we go. A little bit tricky. Oh, we could do Nkonku, who's got a home game against Mines, which isn't too difficult. In fact, we need to do Sapanuru, sorry, he's really good. And then let's do a midfielder as well. Let's do this guy here. And then we will captain... we'll captain Sir. There we go. All right. Then we go into the tournaments here, and then in the tournaments, it's kind of the same sort of thing. Top places will earn a whitelist to allocation to mint Persona Journey, Unagi's upcoming avatar project. I've seen a lot about this on Twitter. This is probably something to be excited about, but I'm just not, because I don't really understand it. I don't really understand why this is going to be so good. I get that it's meant to be linked in with the rest of their ecosystem. It's an avatar kind of collection game that is supposed to then give you benefits in the other games of Inagi. And you can see here that this is already an opportunity for you to get a whitelist place or whatever. I'm just not really bought into that at the moment. I saw a lot of people raving about it, and it kind of went over my head. I think it was a lot of hype without enough substance, but I could be being a little bit too harsh there too. If anybody does know more about it, and if you can explain more and why it's amazing, then I'd love to hear it. But I get what it is, but I just don't get why it's as great as what people are making it out to be honest with you. But that's the thing with these types of projects, isn't it? Is that if you really believe in it, even if you maybe don't understand it, and you get caught up in that hype, and then it does go well, you can come off really well. But if you don't understand something, or if you don't really, if you're not really buying into the hype, then it's really difficult then for you to get excited about it, especially if you don't really understand. It's all a little bit too wishy-washy as to how it's all going to work. That's my opinion on it anyway. You guys still here in the chat? It's very quiet in the chat. We're going to end the stream in a minute, I think. So I think it's died down a little bit. Autofill everything here. Hello to Malv, man. Oh, that one doesn't work because we need to get rid of him. There we go. So you can kind of see what I'm doing here. There's an over 28. Okay, there's an over 28 competition. I've never seen that before. Oh, you need to have four epic cards to compete in it. 4 epic cards on the field. Yeah, we can't do it. It's a shame. I'm having my fun with Pooky right now. You're going to love Pooky. It's so good, honestly. I can't believe it's taken you so long to get involved in Pooky, Smickers. How comes? We've been covering the game for the last 7 or 8 months or so. How comes you've only just got involved in it? Because we've been honestly playing it, and I've been enjoying it ever since I started to play it. And I've been enjoying it a lot more since we found this really kind of smart way to play it that's then giving us far more rewards compared to limited Sorare for far less of our time as well. Okay, let's do that as well. I have no idea what lineups we're entering in. I'm not even really looking at them. I'm just trying to get as many lineups entered here before the deadline. And then we'll just see what's what. The only time I've ever hit a podium on Ultimate Champions is when I've done autofill like this. And I was doing the same. I wasn't even paying attention to the teams that we were entering. I was just like autofill. And then when we looked at the results at the end of the game week, I had some of the champ. It was champ at the time, but it's now been rebranded and there's a new token, which is Una. But it used to be the champ, and then we won a load of champ, which was great. Yeah, really good. All right, I think we've done everything we can here, right? So, guys, I think that's it for today. I'm thinking about doing another stream later on tonight. I have to see how it goes, though. I'm feeling like I've got a bit of a weird tummy right now, so maybe I ate something bad. I don't know. But yeah, if you guys want to do a stream later, we can do it. I was thinking about doing a bit of Marvel Snap just to kind of have a bit of a chilled Friday. So I might still do that anyway, if my stomach's fine. But if not, we'll be back on Sunday anyway. So yeah, thank you so much, guys, for your time today. Did you enjoy it? I hope you did. I hope everyone found today's stream quite fun. I hope you discovered more ways to play the different games that we cover, and also more players, for example, on Sorare. Just more ways to be successful and win more rewards. So, guys, keep me posted this weekend on how your lineups are doing in Sorare, how you're getting on in Pooky, how you're getting on in Ultimate Champions. I want to hear all about it. So don't be shy. Do tell me. And wherever you can, just feel free to tag me over on Twitter. I'll always try and retweet like good stories and things that I think, you know, are really interesting and really fun to share. I'll try and share them with all the community. So yeah, guys, thank you so much for today. And I'll catch you on the next one. It's smart to predict for the underdog team also, isn't it? Gets a lot more points. Basically, Smickers, the way that you win big on Pooky is doing the opposite of what you would expect. So, for example, just a quick one. If Bayern Munich are playing, then the smart play in many ways is to back Bayern Munich to lose, right? Because then you're going to get huge amounts of points to try and back the outcomes which you think are not likely to happen. And then if they do happen, you're going to win big and you're going to place really high up in the leaderboard, which is why we do crazy score lines like 3-2 in the Italian league for every game, or we do like 4-4 or 4-3, because it's so unlikely that's going to happen. But then when it does happen, we win massive and it feels good. Guys, thanks for today. I'll catch you on the next one. Have a good weekend. And you'll catch me on Twitter for a little bit as well. So until then, thanks a lot and speak to you soon, guys. Thank you.